With the European Cricket Network season 2023 well underway last night, we're ready to go at it all over again here at the Europa Point Stadium as we're ready for night number 2 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar.
That is exactly where we are. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. It is an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here once again this evening here at the lovely Europa Point Stadium, and that's where we are today. It is a little bit chilly once again. You can see there's a bit of a larger coat on here today, but it certainly is a cold one once more. But the players are just as excited as they were yesterday. In fact, we've got a completely different set of players. We've got a very interesting matchup between the doubleheader between, of course, Pirates CC and Entertainers. And we can go ahead and go to the coin toss to have a look at what's going to happen here today.
What's the call?
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's heads.
We'll have a bowl.
Okay. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All the best. Cheers.
Cheers.
So, Pirates skipper here today electing to go ahead and field first. Interesting choice from Ryan Grimes, leading the Pirates here this evening. And they're up against a very strong-looking Entertainers selected 11 as well. We can go ahead and take a look at the lineups here for match number 3 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. Now, these two teams are hosting a wealth of talent. There is a lot of Gibraltar national team players in amongst both of the ranks. There's also there's a Spanish national representative in there as well. See if you can spot that one out in there. But taking a look at the names here, then looking at Entertainers first, Louis Bruce, of course, and Avinash Pai are two names that'll be on the tips of everyone's tongues when looking at the two squads. And then there's also Paddy Hatchman, Egan Dantis as well, and a wealth of experience. Matthew Whelan as well has played for Gibraltar a handful of times as well. Looking at Pirates then, Kenroy Nestor and Andrew Reyes at the top of the order. That's the predicted lineup, that, as I should say. They've played many games for Gibraltar. Of course, we saw them in the Valletta Cup around about 10 months ago. Lorne Burns as well, that's the big name, coming all the way across the Spanish border into Gibraltar for this tournament. Of course, he's played a lot of cricket here in Gibraltar. We've seen him before. We can take a look at what the supercomputer has got for us. It's predicting a tight matchup. The expected score, of course, 98 for Entertainers, 89 for Pirates, just edging the Entertainers. Of course, Entertainers, this is their debut, so we've played under a couple of different names, but this as a club is their first debut here on the European Cricket Network. It's a lovely Saturday evening here at the southern point of Europe. Most southern point, of course, with views overlooking towards Africa. Looking forward to what's going to be a very, very exciting matchup. These two teams very strong, hosting some household names in the European cricket conversation, of course, and being able to give you guys the information of who we have got for the officials here today. We've got in this first match Sunil Chandaramani and Sebastian Maynard are your on-field umpires, and the third umpire is Michael Charge. Looking forward to this one. Opening partnership then for Entertainers. They've got Avinash Pai, the Gibraltar skipper, of course, when playing national team cricket. He's got the shades on. I asked him what the reason was. I was under the impression that it was just to look cool because it's Avinash Pai, but of course that sun just peeping through the clouds and peeping through the stadium just proves to be a little bit of a tricky one to negotiate. He's joined by Paddy Hatchman, who, again, we've seen a handful of times for multiple clubs, of course. Looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table. Of course, playing games for several sides, the likes of the Costa del Sol and Calpe Giants as well. Of course, for Gibraltar as well. So a wealth of talent here this afternoon. Gives me an opportunity to go ahead and take a look at the YouTube chat. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and get involved in the live chat. It's just myself, Charlie Hunt, on commentary duties here for the first week, so always nice to get a bit of a conversation going in that chat. Good to see Chris Smith in there. Also good to see Andy Housey as well. And James Stewart, as per usual, as well. And, well, Andy Razzle asking what's going to be the score. We'll have to wait and find out. A lot of people looking forward to seeing Louis Bruce, of course, but until we get there, if we are going to see him, we're going to need some wickets, and Kenroy Nestor is certainly a man that can do so. And it looks as if we're almost ready to get things underway here, waiting for that clock to tick over the hour mark, and we will be ready to get going here. Two very, very even sides here in this matchup. Avinash Pai course, himself and Louis Bruce, part of a somewhat record-breaking partnership about 10, 12 months ago now. More onto that at some point. But anyway, ready to get things underway, and it is going to be national team players up against each other. Kenroy Nestor up against Avinash Pai. And there's an appeal straight away. And they'll come through for a single off the pad. An interesting start already. Take another look here. Right on the money straight away. It's Kenroy getting a little bit of inward movement, but Avinash Pai gets right across outside the line, so no real question there. Good umpiring call though, again from Sunil, of course. He's a man with a lot of experience, done a lot of ICC tournaments. And, well, there's also a name that needs to be remembered in the Pirates lineup. We'll come to that at some point. Kenroy Nestor then. Driven nicely by Hatchman. It's well watched by Lorne Burns, and I tell you what, the first two deliveries are anything to go by. We could be in for an electrifying evening of cricket here at the Europa Point Stadium. Lorne Burns doing the work. Nice drive though from Paddy Hatchman. See there, would have been close. It takes a few strides to get down there though, but early signs of promise for Kenroy Nestor here. Advances does Pai. Again, he'll take it on, pushes the arm of Richard Cunningham. Richard Cunningham is an out-and-out clubman and has been for years, and he's well known around these parts of Gibraltar and southern Spain. That man there, he's not the official groundsman, but he was here yesterday, he's been here today, he's been here a couple of days before the tournament setting up some things. Alongside Alistair as well, with the European Cricket Network, so a huge thanks to both of them. This is up in the air opportunity, and Reyes just wasn't able to get anything on that. They're going to come back for the second, and it ended up being a pretty comfortable second as well. Taking on the arm of the skipper, Ryan Grimes. Again, Hatchman looking to be the aggressor from the off, really. Looking at the wicketkeeper for Pirates then. It's Christian Rocker. Christian Rocker is... He won't be a massive fan of me of bringing this up live on air, but I believe the stat he has is the oldest debutant or around that lines for international cricket. I'll have to double check on that. Full toss driven nicely. Oh, an opportunity down, and it's down by a man he really very rarely put one to put it down. Lorne Burns, early chance, possibly just not quite ready. Didn't look as if he was quite on the money for that one, but puts it down. It's an early opportunity that goes astray for Pirate CC. Final delivery of the first over then. Short. Again, and this one once more teasing Lorne Burns. And again, that'll be a frustrating moment. 2 in 2. That first one, a definite chance. The second one, possibly not. However, a good tidy over from Kenroy, only conceding 6 off it. And at the end of the first over in match number 3, the entertainers are 6 for none. And that's where we are at the moment. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Morocco. That is the African continent. So it just goes to show that we are the last men standing in Europe for this point. And the last one's a point of contact down in the south. Be interested to see who they go here. Looks like they're going to be going for Andrew Reyes. Missed out on a little bit of an opportunity, just wasn't quite able to get enough height on the jump to quite prevent or take the catch. He's going to take the second over again. Can be rather successful with ball in hand. He's a tricky customer to negotiate. Just as long as he can get in on that line and length. Just ask the right questions. And Paddy Hatchman, well, he's given an opportunity already, possibly 2. Living life dangerously, and we saw a man do exactly that, Ian Lattin, in his first game yesterday, scoring 90 off of 40, giving a few opportunities as well. Andrew Reyes then into the attack. This is pushed into the offside, taking on the arm, and Avinash Pai comes through pretty safely for that single. Pai, of course, has been known to negotiate an injury or two. but he seems as if he's pretty confident in his running abilities at the moment. He's always struggled with a bit of a knee injury, but still seems to be pretty agile. Taken some blinders on the European Cricket Network over the years. Driven. Reyes manages to get a hand to it. And come through for yet again another single. So yet to get a boundary in this game. Of course, I mentioned that innings of 90 not out off of just 40 from Ian Latin. Took him 8 deliveries to get off the mark, but once he started, there was almost no stopping him. Of course, they did go on to win that game to Rugby CC. This is again a full toss, and once more, Hatchman will just push this down the ground. So, Pirates bowlers at the moment seem to be on the idea of line and length is key. Well, they certainly are executing at the moment. Advances does Avinash Pai. This has gone high, hasn't quite got a lot of legs on it. It'll kick on. Kenroy Nestor will come through, almost overruns it. Just to collect, and it will just be an eventual 2. Avinash Pai looking to try and take the attack to Reyes. See there already, those glasses are looking like they're not exactly being used to the right effect at this point. That sun pretty much going straight away. This is driven nicely. That'll be 4. Lovely shot from Avinash Pai. Gets his boundary count open with a lovely flourish of the bat. 4 more to the total. Wider delivery from Reyes, and that's just where you can see the loss of the line and the length, and it really gets punished, especially when you're up against the batsman of Avinash Pai's calibre. There is no room or margin for error. He gets punished straight away, and it's the first boundary of this match. Trying to see off and finish the over, but just under a bit of pressure. That pressure pushes him wide. Trying to overcompensate, possibly. Overcorrect himself. Gets it all wrong, though. He'll be looking to try and finish this with a nice and tidy dot. And he will do. Not given as a wide, so that will be the end of the second over. Good over, though, for the Pirates. 10 off it. And at the end of the second, Entertainers are 16 for no loss. So this is the story at the moment, of course, after the first day of play, or the first night of play, I should say, yesterday. Rugby CC and Sloggers with a very even affair. 1 win apiece, both taking 2 points. And, of course, you can see that net run rate is just keeping Rugby CC ahead. They're top of the table at the moment. However, never know what's going to happen on a game of cricket, or in a game of cricket on any day. And with the talent that both these teams are able to claim, just don't know where or how this game is going to go. Very good evening to Iggy Higgins as well, and to Mesnal Man. Hope you're all well. Appreciate everyone joining here today. Denny saying that 7 weeks went by very quick. Well, they certainly did. All of a sudden, we're back on your screens. Kenroy Nestor going to bowl out his spell early on. He's going to bowl the final over at the power play then. Got Paddy Hatchman in his sights. In the air, straight to the man, and eventually it's taken. Almost to the surprise of David Robertson. But he manages to hold on, and the first wicket falls. And Paddy Hatchman trying to get on the advance. And the extra pace of Kenroy Nestor just gets him all ends up, really. And the first wicket goes. Entertainers 16 for 1. Much to the joy of Kenroy Nestor, eventually taken cleanly. And he'll be happy to see that he's got his first wicket in the column. And Avinash Pai, there you can go. He's not the man out. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to take off these glasses. He's already asking for a cap. See if he's going to be taking off these glasses as well. He's not. He's keeping on the glasses. Mr. Cool, Avinash Pai. Oh, possibly, maybe not. He's having a think. They're staying on. Well, there you go. Let us know what your thoughts on the sunglasses by Pai. A little bit unconventional. Of course, we had beanies yesterday as well. So Big wicket goes. It brings in a very dangerous young man in Louis Bruce. Now these two are the usual opening pair for Gibraltar national team. So these two will have played a lot of cricket, as have Kenroy Nestor. Louis Bruce in sight then. Finds an outside edge straight away. Puts a foot on it this time. Does Kurti. Gets off the mark straight away. So of course these two, they are certainly capable of some incredible batting, and we'll come onto it in a moment's time. Pai needs to negotiate this delivery. Once again, we'll step over. Early call of 2. They'll take on the arm of Reyes. Pai wants it. They're going to come through. They'll eventually come through pretty safely. It's a bit of a wayward throw from the deep square leg and Andrew Reyes. But going on to these two, and well, these two have put on what is known as the 6th highest first wicket partnership in international T20, worth 172. That was against Bulgaria back in October 2021. So that just goes to show that these two are certainly know how to bat with each other. Well, this is high in the air, and he's skewed it a little bit. He's not quite got all of it. Lorne Burns will give chase, and well, if that's saved, that is excellent work from Lorne Burns. It looks as if he has done enough, because that looked fine to me. Slow-mo replay will tell us more. That is a superb bit of work from Lorne Burns, leading from the front. He's a very, very talented cricket player, sportsman as well. Plays off scratch in golf. He's just showing you that he can get down and do the hard work as well. Excellent stop. Just 2 to the total. I'm still saying, could they be prescription? I can tell you, they are not prescription. As far as I'm aware, they're not prescription. Nestor's kept both overs quiet so far. And this one could be an excellent take from Christian Rocker. And I'll tell you what though, Avinash Pai's initial reaction, saying that it's off his hip. And take a look at the replay here. An excellent delivery again from Nestor. Yeah, it looked as if it was off the hip of Avinash Pai. But what a take that is from the seasoned campaigner in Christian Rocker. One-handed to the right, the outstretched right-hand glove as well. But I tell you what, turning Avinash Pai inside out. Christian Rocker. Oh, machine. Nestor to finish off his spell then. He's kept it quiet up until this point. And this will be 4. Excellent shot from Avinash Pai, showing his pure skill in the game of cricket. Takes one step down the track, meets him halfway almost, and just lofts this over the infield. And he finishes the over and the power play with 4 to the total. And that boundary brings us to the close of the power play. And that brings Maintainers to a total of 25 for 1 after 3. A bit of a level playing field at this point, taking that wicket early of Paddy Hatchman. Really sent into the top of the order just to have a swing. It's exactly what he did. He did have to go after being caught by Robson off the bowling of Nestor. So he finishes with decent opening spell. Does Kenroy Nestor, finishes with figures of 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. And well, it was just a matter of time, wasn't it, to see how long this was going to take. Lorne Burns, a very talented leg spinner, plays for, of course, the ECN's very own Corey Rutgers Spanish side. Of course, came into the ECC at points as well. Very good. Good season, both with bat and ball. Imran's X. I'm just asking who's commenting. My name's Charlie Hunt. James Stewart, just informing you. You've got me up until the 27th. Then after the 27th, I will be off. You'll have Rico full. Rico will be joining. I say joining. Will be making his way back to the airwaves back in 2023. And I know he's looking forward to. He's paying a lot of attention as to seeing who's going to be the tips of the tail. But leg spin then. Seasoned campaigner in Lorne Burns up against the young Louis Bruce, who even though at his young age, has still got a wealth of experience under his belt. This one starts with a leg side wide. Uncharacteristic from Lorne Burns. You can see there the use of the Under Armour and the over jumper. It is chilly. That wind coming right across the pitch. It opens up. Pushes this one into the offside. Early call of 2. They'll take it on as well, and they'll come back very, very comfortably. Just goes to show these two have a serious, clear understanding between the two of them. Of course, being able to put on record partnerships in the international cricket series or international game is not an easy task. So they have a very clear understanding. As this with soft hands, so much so it goes through the legs. Come through for a single. Now this is a big matchup between Pye and Burns. You see here this one just going through. Denny saying, could there be another summer of Charlie this year? Well, only time will tell. Only time will tell. It's currently, of course, the little winter breakaway of Charlie at the moment. Again, push around the corner. Eventually, it will be fielded by Pirates fielder of Julian Santos. Avinash Pye looks as if he's looking to get down on one knee and sweep Lorne Burns. This is Fuller driven nicely. Evades the diving outstretched hand of Lorne Burns, but it will just be the 1 run. This is the partnership then for the Entertainers. And it'll be the one that Pirates will have looked at and isolated as a key partnership to break as early as possible. This one pushed to the skipper at point. Again, it'll be another single. So, not a crazy flourish of boundaries. Only the 2 in this innings thus far. But again, if these 2 get in, very difficult to stop them once they start. Again, this one just dabbed down to short third man. Avinash Pye knows exactly where it's going to go. It'll be a single to end the over. A tidy over, really. No boundaries conceded. 7 off it. At the end of the 4th, Entertainers are 33 for 1. So Paddy Hatchman is the only wicket to fall, 6 off 7. Looked pretty comfortable at the crease. Just got pushed by what looked like a bit of a quick ball from Nestor. Was eventually caught down in the covers. Of course, Avinash Pye has lost those shades. He'll be hoping that he can make the most of it. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling though as well, potentially. He's going to be the man who took that catch earlier to remove Hatchman. David Robson. It's Kitty, there you go. I wasn't quite sure on what was going on there. It's Kitty. Nice to see you, Kitty. Hope you're okay. Always glad to have you tuning in to the coverage. James Stewart getting a bit of inside information. I can confirm that Joe will be making a return to your airwaves later on in this tournament. Of course, he covered a lot of it last year. Here's Garrett. This is just pushed into the leg side, clipped off the legs nicely by Louis Bruce. There's Mark Garrett of the Pirates CC. Driven nicely, but straight to the boot of Garrett. That one might be a little bit sore in this cold, brisk weather. He does enough to get a beat on that one, and that one's risen as well. That will hurt. He's going to try and play that one off as cool as a cucumber on these cameras, but you just know that one will have hurt just a tad more than usual. Good to see that he's okay though. And Avinash Pye, he doesn't exactly hit a soft ball. And he's been kept relatively quiet up until this point. Well, finds the outside edge and gets a little bit lucky once more. Will just be a single once more. has been kept relatively quiet up until this point. Hasn't really been able to get going, but this one again, no real lateral movement. We saw a hint of a way swing for a number of bowlers yesterday, but we are yet to see really much here today. Wild swing from Louis Bruce, just missing that top of off. Very good delivery this time from Garrett. You can see there, it's in the arc. It's where we've seen Louis Bruce dominate over the last year or two. Just missing out early on that one, of course, a little bit early on in the season, right at the start of the year. What's that now, the 21st of January, so there is a lot of, probably a little bit of rust, but it won't take long to get rid of all that. This one nice and full, and swiped across that leg side. And I know for a fact that that'll just be a single. I know for a fact that Louis Bruce has been working hard since we last saw him here on the European Cricket Network, and he's looking to take his cricket to that next level. He's been working hard, so hopefully good kickstart to a long 2023 season for the young man. This one will race away. This will be for one of the most conventional style, but it's 4 nonetheless, and that certainly helps the entertainers. As this one just back of a length, he gets enough on this one, just turns it around the corner, and that will go all the way. That'll be 4 more, and that will bring us to the halfway stage. It's a good opportunity to welcome you back into the commentary box here today, this evening. It's a little bit chilly, as I keep saying, so no surprise to see that there's a few beanies rocking around, and I'm all nice and snuggly, so it's not too bad up here, but it's a privilege to be back on the airwaves. Of course, we had an excellent year in 2022 with almost 1,200 games broadcasted live on the European Cricket Network. Hopefully bigger, I don't know for a fact, bigger and better things to come in 2023. I, for one, can't wait to see what happens. Plenty of stuff on the way with the likes of Malta coming up after here, and we go to the ECL, of course, and the ECC later in the year, and many series between those two tournaments. I can't wait to see what happens. I know for a fact that Vinny, Rico, Corey, Joe, everyone, they're all looking forward to getting back on the airwaves as soon as possible. It's just an absolute pleasure to be the first ones that bring you the coverage, but it's hopefully going to be an exciting time ahead. As we look as if we're going to see Mr. Cricket, Mr. Cunningham, he's going to come into the attack, Richard Cunningham as well. Lofted, played nicely. However, protection out there. Kenroy Nestor will do the work, and it will just be a single. A couple of people are just asking, who's the commentator? It's not Vinny. Vinny's still away. He's still busy though. He's keeping an eye on. I know for a fact he is. He's probably lurking. Put money on that. Down the track once more, hit nicely, but yet again, Lorne Burns will do the work. Excellent fielder is Lorne. He'll be disappointed to have put that first one down earlier on in the game. Didn't cost him too much though. Interesting to see he's being held back for that second over later on in the innings. This is hit and hit nicely. It'll take some cutting off. Eventually it will be cut off. They'll take on the arm of Robson. And it will be another 2 more to the total. That partnership now 28 off of 20, so not electrifying pace. Of course, we expect to see scores of around, I reckon, 115 to 130, anywhere around there. So we'll be looking to try and get up towards 3 figures and then push on from there. Advances and plays this nicely. Could be an opportunity though. And is taken. Excellent catch from Nestor. And Louis Bruce was trying to get on with things, and rightly so. Wickets in hands with less than half the innings left to play. But he picks out the big man, Kenroy Nestor, and Richard Cunningham gets the young Louis Bruce. He has to go. Entertainers now 44 for 2. And once more, we've seen that be spilled already. But manages to take it on the second time of asking. And Louis Bruce has to go for a bit of a disappointing start to his tournament. Of course, plenty of cricket yet to come for him, but he goes for 11 off of 11. A new batsman making the way to the middle. Here's Matthew Whelan. Of course, Matthew Whelan again. Take a look at that catch once more. It was a really good catch in the end from Kenroy. That was coming at him at a pretty good rate of knots. And you can see how much that means to Cunningham. He'll be a happy chap. Very rare that he's not a happy chap, to be fair. He's always got a smile on his face. Matthew Whelan then comes out to the middle. You can see there's a embrace between him and Rocker. So you can see there, Cunningham, look at him. He's fired up, isn't he? Gets the very important wicket of Louis Bruce. If you drop him, he'll tend to go and make you pay. Matthew Whelan then also represented Gibraltar as well. This is hit down the ground, getting knocked right out of the middle, bit of a cloth early on. He's off the mark straight away with a single. Jay Wild jumping in the chat. How are you, Jay? Hope you're well. Happy New Year to you. Down. Oh, I'll tell you what. Well, this could be interesting. This could be interesting because he's got a touch. He's saying he's got a touch on it, and well, it could be one of the craziest moments in cricket to see. Whelan looks as if he's walking already, and you see here, wow, that one doesn't really give us much. Yeah, this one might be a better incline as to whether he gets a touch on it. Again, it's tough, that one. It's a tough decision to make. He's claiming and saying that he's got a touch on it, and I think confidence and body language sort of gives it away, and I think Whelan's not been given his marching orders, but this is a big, big moment in the game. This is a big moment in the game here. Cunningham could be looking at his second hit, and he has been given, Whelan's been given his marching orders. So Cunningham a little bit of luck, but he gets his man in an interesting fashion. And Matthew Whelan will be given as run out in possibly the most unluckiest fashion of them all in the game of cricket. It was a very nice punishing shot from Avinash Pai. However, it was straight to Cunningham, and he able to get a fingertip on it. And Whelan, rightly so, was in his right to be backing up. But he just misses out and just gets a little bit unlucky. But he has to make the long walk back. And Taylor's now 45 for 3.
Don't care about ones in the pitch. Yeah. Ones are dots. That's why I left cover open. When we played that thing at Cartman, the tactics are so different to anything we've done.
So this is the story so far then for the bowlers for the Pirates. Ken Ronesta at the start, he seemed very, very confident in the way that he was going about his business. He only went for 14 with that wicket of Paddy Hatchman as well. And then Richard Cunningham, 1 over, 1 for 5 at the moment. Of course, got that run out as well. So he'll be chuffed with his outing so far. But of course, this is only the first half of the match. Plenty left to come. Of course, but just asking. He's got a question. Get in the chat, and I'll try my best to answer it. Garrett continuing then, 7 off his first over. New batsman, skipper Goodfellow, gets a little tickle on this by the sounds of it. It's going to race away. And this will be given as leg byes, in fact, so no bat involved, but it's 4 more nonetheless, and call from the umpire. So no, and that's going to race away.
Should I be back here?
Good shot. Right idea, but didn't quite. It's interesting there, isn't it? Just get to tickle on that. In fact, it may have been changed potentially. I'm not too sure. Too sure as to whether or not it's been given as runs or not. Just trying to get a bit of confirmation. It sounded as if there was a little bit of bat on it, but it's 4 nonetheless. 4 to the total, which is important for the entertainers. This one is just pushed into that leg side, and they're looking for 2. Goodfellow wants it, but gets turned away by Avinash Pai. Good work though from the opposing skipper of the squad of the Pirates as Ryan Grimes does the work. Avinash Pai, 24 off 17, yet to really get into this stride of his usual game. This is just once more just nurdled around the corner for another single. Once more, these teams just sort of ebbing and flowing as to who the game's in favour of at this point. Fellow just trying to dab this into the offside and does so successfully. Good to get a couple of messages yesterday evening of support, always appreciate it. Of course, you can go and find my socials somewhere. I'm sure you'll be able to. Good tidy over from Garrett at this point. Again, driven once more, not off the middle of the bat. Just bowling to your field, really. That's what Pirates have done. They've bowled very well up until this point in the game. Managed to keep the dangerous Avinash Pai relatively quiet. You can see there, frustration kicking in now. Body language expert. You don't have to be an expert in body language to work that one out. And once more dabbed down into the short third man region, and they'll come through for a single. Be interesting to see if they're going to plug that little area up at some point. That single brings us to the close of 7. 3 overs to go. Maintain a CC up 54 for 3. So 12 and over at this point gets them up to 90. And you'd still argue that that's a pretty below par total. If we're going off yesterday, we were thinking around 115 to 130, but of course conditions can change, and you just don't know what it's like when you're out until you're out there. 3 overs remaining then. Be 4 on the board. They'd ideally be doubling in the next 3 overs, but it's just not an easy task. Of course, Avinash Pai's still out there, so there's any opportunity really. He's still on a chance to get to a pretty decent total. He's up by the skipper. Oh, good fella. And Cunningham going to continue. This is driven once more nicely down the ground. It's a shot that's been well executed by a lot of the batsmen over the last day and a half. You saw Zammit as well, Brian Zammit for Sloggers. He was able to execute it pretty well in that first game yesterday. He scored a good total in the 60s, of course. This time offside. Conventional shot. Push for the arm, and they'll push the second as well. They take it on, and they come through. Pretty comfortable in the end. Another 2 runs to the total. Avinash Pai just pushing things along now. He's got the license ready to really push for a larger total now, and that's exactly what he needs to go for. Down the ground, could be an opportunity here. It won't be. It'll be 6. It's the first Maximo of the evening, and it's no surprise to see Avinash Pai is the man to do it. Comes down the track and attacks Cunningham and gets enough on this one into the gap away from Lorne Burns, and it goes all the way. 6 to the total. Very nice shot. Avinash Pai punishes the loose delivery from Cunningham. Taking him 9 deliveries to bowl a loose ball. Does he have a response? Similar attacking shot once again from Pai. Miscues it into that onside. Will just be a single, eventually collected by Garrett. We'll come through for another 1. Looking just to close off the over now as quietly as possible, isn't he? Good fellow in his sights. 4 or 5. He dabbed down to the offside again. He won't. He would again just play this down the ground once more. You want it long on or long off. Going to be a busy man. Of course, these batters are set now. Avinash Pai 35 now. Just the 3 4s and a 6, striking at 160. Looking to just get a single and keep the strike, but he won't do so. Brings an end to a pretty impressive and tidy spell from Cunningham, picking up that single wicket but being involved in a run out as well. And at the end of 8, Taylor 65 for 3. Rushing through this first innings then. This is the story, of course, that first power play. First 3 overs going pretty well. Managed to keep quiet after that first over from Kenroy Nestor, then 10 in the second, and then Nestor picking up the wicket of the opener, Paddy Hatchman, in at number 2. Be interesting to see in that second innings, though, or the second game, I should say. Will we see Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai opening the batting together? They've done it so many times and successfully so for Gibraltar. Be interesting as to how long it takes to see that come into play. Ajare is going to continue here then. Good first over for him at the start of the innings. And he went for 10. Good fellow on strike. All he needs to do is really just rotate the strike. And he'll do so. This will be a single. Once more into the leg side.
Stop 2. Attack it hard. Stop 2.
Again, Reyes has, of course, played quite a lot of cricket in his time. He's played a handful of games for Gibraltar. He's like we're seeing him at the top of the order with the bat as well. This is driven. Won't get through the skipper of Ryan Grimes. It can be another single, and you can just see there now, Avinash Pai, he's getting very, very frustrated. He just can't get it away. Just not able to find that gap and penetrate the infield. And Burns getting loose, potentially bowling the 9th over. This one just dug out, bit of a slow Yorker. They won't mind as it brings Pai back on strike. 36 then for Pai up till now. He'll be really hoping he can just have a wild flourish of boundaries to try and get through as quick as possible, anywhere but up towards that at 85, 90 potentially. Projected score of around 78 at this point. Again, driven, and once more not out of the middle of the bat, and it'll be another single. See there, he's getting very, very frustrated and annoyed with himself now. Just knows that he's been out there for such a long time that he should be accelerating along. Just hasn't been able to pick it off. But Rare's bowled well up so far. Full toss, leg side once more. And again, will just be another single. Avinash Pai sensibly would possibly be looking for a single. You won't. He's looking for the aggressive shot, trying to get a boundary. You can see there, just making sure that foot stays still. Manages to get back, only just. Something behind the line. You can see he's trying to get that little toe down on the ground. He eventually will stay safe. There he is, Christian Rocker, giving us a little show. Surprised to see he knows that he's got the cameras on him. But at the end of 9, single over remaining, 73 on the board. Six deliveries left then. No real surprise to see that it's going to be Lorne Burns. Went for 8 in his first over. Of course, didn't pick up a wicket, but he was able to keep it relatively quiet. So that's what they'll be hoping that he can do here. Last over then, Goodfellow. He's either going to be looking to swing hard or just try and get Avinash Pai on strike. Still plenty of batting to come. People that can come in and just swing from the hip and try and get anything away. Last over then of this first innings. Tries to get inventive. Avinash Pai is calling him through. Well, that's a very sneaky run. And Rocker's just saying he had no idea where that ended up. You can see here it hits him rather than he takes it. You can see he doesn't know where it's gone. He thinks he's taken it. He realises he hasn't. It's just in front of him. Avinash Pai, by the time he gets the ball, has already made his ground. Good running in this last over from Avinash Pai. Maybe those star jumps weren't in the best of intentions from Rocker. Lofted in the air again, not out of the middle of the bat, and will just be another single. Well, Goodfellow was coming back for the second. He should be gone, and he will be. Kenroy Nestor yet again involved in the wicket, and Goodfellow will go, trying to push Avinash Pai back on strike, and it's very selfless cricket really from the skipper. He knows who he'd rather have on strike, but he gets sent back. Avinash Pai knew that he wasn't going to be making that ground, so another wicket falls. Good work in the end from the field though from Kenroy Nestor. Entertainers are now 71 for 4. Just see here, did well, kept his composure. Goodfellow was left stranded, he had nowhere to go. Pretty easy decision in the end for the umpire, Sunil. Skipper comes off as the new batsman makes his way out to the middle. Gideon Crichton then, down to come in at number 5, coming in a little bit earlier than anticipated. At number 10, sorry. Number 5 on his back. He's got 4 deliveries left then, and he's either going to swing from the hip and throw the kitchen sink at it, or he's just going to be a runner. He's a left-handed batsman, so that changes things for the Pirates. With over The over almost coming to an end. He's only got a few deliveries to negotiate. Just needs to try and get Avinash Pye on strike. Even if he can just muscle it over. Lorne Burns then gets down on one knee and possibly in the most positive way only gets a single. Avinash Pye then, again, he's not coming up against an easy bowler to negotiate in the likes of Lorne Burns. Is he going to hold his ground, or is he going to try and advance down the track and take the attack to Burns? It's an interesting one as a batsman to negotiate. Tries to come down, but he gets yorked. And again, seriously entertaining matchup between these two. Two very, very talented cricket players, and they know their craft. Leg spin, of course, isn't an easy one to perfect, but Lorne Burns is certainly not far away from doing so. Of course, played a lot of second 11 county cricket in the UK before deciding not to continue. Moved over to Spain and took his golf very seriously. He's a very handy golfer, plays off scratch, and of course found out that cricket was being played in Spain and got involved, and then also got involved in cricket Gibraltar as well. It's not very far away. 2 deliveries left then. Christian on strike. Down the ground, hits nicely. Well, straight to Kenroy Nestor once again. Brings Pye on strike then for the last delivery then. A 6 gets them into the 80s. Anything less, they're going to be stranded in the 70s here then. And what you would argue is possibly a below par total, but only time will tell, as that second innings will be following not too far after this. Last delivery then, Lorne Burns up against Avinash Pye. Comes down the track, and they're going to get nothing from it. And well, it's an excellent bit of bowling from Lorne Burns to only concede a handful of runs. Only goes for 5 off that last over. Avinash Pye, it's an interesting opening game for the opening batsman, the skipper for Gibraltar national cricket team. However, was only able to get to a total of 39 off of 30 deliveries, with only 3 fours and a 6 to his name. But it was a good, tidy show of bowling from Pirate CC. Maybe not the quickest, apart from the likes of Kenroy Nestor, but it was always pretty much accurate, as accurate as you could want, really. Top of off, that line and length, very rarely going astray. Take a look at the highlights then for match number 3, first innings, and Avinash Pye with some lovely strikes early on. That was one of the best, and he was, of course, met with Paddy Hatchburn, who looked to try and get on with things early on, but he was able to pick up David Robson, and on the second or third time of asking, eventually took the catch. And then, well, that was an excellent piece of fielding from Lorne Burns, just setting the standard, and that was when they thought they had their man. But of course, it looked as if it just came off the hip. But an excellent take, though, from Christian Rocker, and he was, of course, very vital in this first innings. And Burns, of course, very, very ever-present down at long on. Of course, bowled very well as well. But yeah, Louis Bruce trying to get on with things. He was given an opportunity to try and do so, but was able to pick up Kenroy Nestor, who yet again played a bit of a juggling act, but was able to take it at that second time of asking, and that was Richard Cunningham. And then this was not long after, a lovely shot, but straight back, and Cunningham knew he got a bit of hand on this one, and Matthew Whelan was very unlucky to be run out on one off one, and he had to get his marching orders. This one took a bit of a tickle, ran away for another 4 more. But again, when there was only a handful of boundaries in this innings from N10, as you feel they may be a few short. Skipper Goodfellow trying to get a little bit inventive, and then Avinash Pye, as sneaky as ever, comes through for a single, but trying to just manipulate something and take the attack to the bowlers, but he just couldn't find the middle of the bat, and eventually Goodfellow was left stranded trying to rotate the strike. Wasn't to be too much though, as he got towards the last delivery of the innings, and not even Avinash Pye could get things away. So, Pirate CC with a very strong outing in the field. They have managed to restrict Entertainers to 75 for 4 here off their first 10 overs. Only time will tell us to see if the Pirates can chase 76 for victory. We'll be back in around about 5 or 6 minutes time as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. Good evening and welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium at the most southern tip of Europe here in Gibraltar. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the second innings of match number 3 between the Entertainers CC and Pirates here in Gibraltar. As the Entertainers have set 76 for victory for Pirate CC, and a real surprise to see the opening partnership. If you take a look at the lineups, you can really hazard a guess as to who it was going to be. Looks like it is going to be Lorne Burns alongside Kenroy Nestor. Of course, Kenroy Nestor has got a lot of runs under his belt in international cricket, as has Lorne Burns for the Spanish side, as they'll be facing the opening over from young Louis Bruce, of course, who again just struggled with bat in hand, didn't he, in that first innings, and wasn't really able to get things going. But of course, with his extra bounce, because he is that very, very tall young man, hoping to try and get a number on the likes of Lorne Burns and Kenroy Nestor, of course, both international representatives for Spain and Gibraltar respectively. As we're ready to get things underway in the chase then. 76 the target. Louis Bruce taking the first over. And this one comes through, skids through a little bit. Burns, you can see there, just gesturing, just skidding on through it ever so slightly. Good start though from the young Bruce. Take a moment just to wish everybody, wherever they are tuning in on FanCode or on YouTube, very happy New Year, of course. It's been a while since we were last on air. Good to be back though. This is short. Top edge and taken. And Lorne Burns goes without scoring. And Louis Bruce gets the very important wicket of Burns, trying to turn this round the corner. Excellent catch from the skipper and wicketkeeper Miles Goodfellow. He gets the early breakthrough, and without a score on the board, the first wicket falls Pirates none for one. Very good catch from Goodfellow, down low to his left. Had to move forward for it as well, but it just popped up from Lorne Burns. And he has to make the long walk back without scoring. And his night does not get off to the best of starts. None for one on the board after 2 deliveries being bowled. Of course, went wicketless as well, did Lorne, so he's not had a promising start to the evening whatsoever. But a big, big wicket falls. Take a look at it again here. Just back of a length, just trying to turn it round, and just so early on, probably don't know how much cricket has been played by Burns. Just mistimes it, just pops up off the top edge, and all in all, good catch. Smiles all round and no surprise. But in comes Andrew Reyes, who can still be destructive. There's plenty of batting to come as well. That is it's a big wicket in the context of this game. Andrew Reyes then, feel the weight of the world on his shoulders, coming in at number 3. He's facing a Louis Bruce whose tail will certainly be up. And this one gets through everything. A moment of brilliance, and it all of a sudden goes back down to earth. It just flows through, and they come through for a bite. Andrew Reyes then, of course, has played for Bavaria as well and has represented Gibraltar. Of course, got a half century last year against the Sloggers, which is around 20 last year in T10 cricket. T20s though, he had a very nice 44 against the Czech Republic as well. So he is capable with bat in hand, but as is Kenroy Nestor. Averaging 35 last year. This one just lifting off, and Louis Bruce, he seems like he's certainly up for this one, the young man. Good start from Louis Bruce. Hit and hit well. That's a lovely shot. That'll be 1 bounce 4. That's one way to get off the mark. Kenroy Nestor, he rises with the bounce, and he watches this one sail over the infield, and it'll be 1 bounce 4. Too short from Louis Bruce, and he gets punished pretty much straight away from Kenroy Nestor. Very nice shot though to get off the mark and open the account, but Louis Bruce, of course, he'll be hoping to get a comeback. He's kept this over relatively quiet, even with that one boundary. This is high in the air. Big opportunity this. I think it will fall safely. In fact, it will, and it will only trickle over the boundary for another boundary. So back-to-back fours to end the over. An interesting over for both teams. The big wicket of Lorne Burns fell. And Ernesto, though, picking up 2 boundaries to finish it off. 9-for-1 after the first over. So 67 runs required for victory, not a large total whatsoever. So a big opportunity for Entertainers to set the tone for their tournament with an impressive defence of just 75 here if they can do so successfully. On a loose bus change has joined. Very good evening to you. Hope you're okay. Nice to have you back. A happy new year to you, of course. Always good to see some regulars coming back. It's been a while since of course, we were on the airwaves, so it's always nice to see a few regulars jumping in and getting back in the action. Looks as if it's going to be Scott Blake, potentially, for Entertainers, and it will be. Taking the second over. Of course, that run rate is under 8, under 7.5, in fact, so they're going to need a couple of tidy overs if they're going to keep themselves in this contest, our Entertainers. Money straight away. Big ask here. Gets turned down. And well, this one looks as if it was coming across. This will be an interesting one here. Bit of lateral movement. That one, it's close. I think you'd argue umpire's call potentially on that leg stump. But a good start from Scott Blake, asking a question of Andrew Reyes. It's equal to it, that first delivery. This time, bit of yes, no, maybe, and eventually gets turned away. It's another dot ball. This is the trouble. A lot of the bowlers that you see here, they won't really go for extra pace. They'll slow it right down, and it just means that the batsmen have to try and generate the power themselves and can't use it from the bowler. Slow again, and Reyes trying to attack this on that leg side, but once more misses out. Do have to remember, though, that, of course, very early on in the year, still in the first month of January, so a bit of rustiness as well will be coming into play. They've got a good amount of bowlers have Entertainers with the likes of Matthew Whelan and Avinash Pai to spin as well. Andrew Reyes on the advance. This is hit well, and this will be a lovely shot. 4 more. Stand and deliver from Andrew Reyes. 1 step down and back over the bowler's head. He says, well, I've had enough of this, and manages to get this one all the way through. Lovely shot. 4 more to the total. See that. Gets on the advance. Says, I've had enough of this. Ken Ernesto saying, I'm not even going to bother running. Don't even bother. It's a 4 anywhere. Good shot. Tries it again, this time offside. Egan Dantis is the fielder. And well, this could be buzzers, and it will be. Egan having a shot at the stumps. No one backing up. They do come through for that run eventually. Dantis, bit of a rush of blood potentially. Probably didn't really need to have a shot at the stumps. Was home pretty safely. Tidy over. 1 boundary from it. Well, might have to add one here. Opportunity taken. Very good catch from Paddy Hatchman. Take a bow, because that is another big wicket in the context of this game. A dangerous batsman in Nestor has to go, and it's the 2nd wicket to fall. And they're asking the right questions, are the Entertainers at the moment. Pirates at the end of 2, 14 for 2. You can see there Avinash Pai leading the team. Might not be the captain on the team sheet, but a man of his experience, he's of course going to be a very vocal man in the huddle. So that wicket, that's a big change in the game. Ken Ernesto going for just 8 runs, 2 boundaries, and then out. But of course, this is the first look at these 2 teams. We saw the other 2 teams taking part in this tournament yesterday First day back, of course, Rugby CC and Sloggers taking one apiece. So just goes to show, I think that was a really good example of what is to be expected in Gibraltar. Any team can beat anyone on their day, which is, of course, the beauty of cricket. So, no real surprise there. Had a good start, though, a good first over as well for Scott Blake. Only going for 5 and also picking up a wicket, so 2 wickets falling in 2 overs. At this moment, at this point in the game, you'd argue that the power play's gone to entertainers, but one over left, you just don't know. And it is going to be Gideon Crichton is going to take this final over of the power play. Andrew Reyes, well, what must he be thinking at the moment? Coming in at number 3 was thinking, okay, this is a simple chase. We don't need to take any crazy risks, and he's lost. Both openers are now back in the shed. Crichton then, stops with a well-placed delivery. Reyes leaves this one and watches it through to the keeper. Good start, though, from Crichton, nice and tidy. We've seen it a couple times, a couple of bowlers not making it all the way to that final line. Just making sure, just being double sure that they don't run the risk of bowling a no ball. This time is squirted leg side. Whelan on that square leg boundary will collect it, and it will just be another single rocker, then taking his guard. He will be eagerly waiting to see what he can do. Got a big opportunity here, coming in at number 4, potentially a little bit earlier than he was probably expecting. This one just flows through. Good fellow just lets this one fall all the way through. Actually takes it for that dot ball. Dot balls are gold dust, especially when trying to defend a total of just 76. Just looking, a couple of field changes. Another fielder comes into that offside, so there's a big gap on that leg side. So good fellow, the skipper, clearly saying to Crichton, well, keep it on that offside and we'll be safe. Anything on that leg side and could have trouble. So he sprays into that leg side, and while this could be close here, well, good fellow doesn't quite pull the trigger. He was thinking of letting one go through his legs. Of course, wasn't probably aware as to whether or not it was going to be accurate and if it was going to lead to anything else, but Reyes eventually gets home pretty safely. Would have been a very, very good run out. Not to be. Two deliveries left then here in the third, left of the power play, needing to make the most of the power play. This is just pushed to man on the inside ring. That is Harshdeep Singh for Entertainer CC. Final delivery then of the power play. Fielding restrictions in place. It's a full toss. It's met with a straight bat. Rocker yet to really get his eye in, so sensibly plays a sensible cricket shot, and it's a single to end an Entertainers power play, really. It's now 18 for 2 after 3, and with 2 big batsmen with the likes of Lorne Burns and Kenroy Nestle, the openers back in the shed. You'd argue the Entertainers, even though with only, what's that now, 58 runs off 42 deliveries, you'd still say that Entertainers are probably in the driver's seat at the moment. That's the comparison then at this point. At this point in the previous innings, Entertainers, they were 25 for 1, so a couple of runs ahead and also a wicket down. Entertainers certainly on top, and we are going to see Scott Blake continue here then in the 4th over. No real surprise after a very promising first over, just the 1 boundary and the 1 single, and then also picking up the big wicket of Kenroy. Can Rocker do? Pushed offside, and again we'll take on Harshdeep Singh. And it will be 1 more single to that total. Singles aren't enough though. Run rate now creeping up towards 8.5 and over. See at this stage, 28 for 1, 19 for 2. So Entertainers well ahead and well on top, and another wicket. You might feel that might be all she wrote. But cricket is an interesting game that you can never really tell and guess. Only time will tell. Struck and struck well. Will take some cutting off, and exactly that. He won't do so. Paddy Hatchman goes from hero to zero. Took a good catch earlier on in this innings, but lets this one flows through, and it's a boundary for Reyes. You struck that well, it has to be said. Again, not the most conventional of cricket shots, but it's still effective, and it's 4 more to the total. Overcorrection from Blake, gets this one completely wrong. Have to bowl it again. Signalled wide by the umpire. Of course, that wind not as strong as what it has been in the last day or so. Down the ground, hits this well. Louis Bruce is the young man under it. Watches that pretty safely. Not easy to pick it out as a fielder. Out of the lights and the sky, it's a bit of a tricky one. Not easy to negotiate. Players, of course, these players have played here a lot of times, so no surprise to see that they're quite happy. This one, oh, I'll tell you what, excellent bit of work from Gideon Christian to take it on, but it's well backed up as well. Looks as if that was Avinash Pai who did the backing up. Would have been a very good run out though. Saw an unlucky one for Whelan earlier. You see here, backing up. Stays in his crease up until the point of release. Almost gets done, but Reyes diving and makes his ground safely. Once again, full face of the bat, straight to the ever-present Dantes in the covers. Run rate again. Still at 8 and over. Boundary would be nice here for the Pirates. This is struck and struck well. And they won't get there as Whelan has done exceptionally well once again. Fielding has been superb over the last innings and a half. And that was struck very nicely by Rocket, has to be said, but Whelan managed to get down, and I had a pretty good view from where I was, and he's very much safe. Restricts that to just 2. Good end to the over though. Promising one though, with 9 coming off it. And at the end of the 4th, 27 for 2. See that run rate, not quite where it needs to be at this point. Needs to up it to about 8 and over. They've also got a bit of batting left to come, of course. I do feel that this is a pretty big partnership for Pirates. Louis Bruce looks as if he'll be coming back into the frame of things. James saying he's off. I'm assuming for some dinner. Enjoy, James. Always nice. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Enjoy yourself. So Reyes will be on strike to face Louis Bruce. These two, of course, know each other very well. Played together for Gibraltar. Again, these two teams hosting a heap of talent in their ranks. Good start from Bruce. Once again, straight on the money. And there we go. Joe's in the chat saying, "Evening, folks. Cricket back in Gibraltar. What a beautiful thing to behold. See you all in a few weeks." Well, there you go. Mentioned it a little bit earlier, but Joe will be back on the airwaves. He'll follow Rico. It'll be myself, then Rico, and then Joe to finish things off. Maybe Bruce continuing that. Excellent delivery. Gets right through him. Reyes all over the place, really. Didn't seem to have much of a clue as to where that ended up. You can see there it nutmegs him completely. Just happy to see that it's not clattered into those timbers behind him. Reyes outside the crease, trying to manipulate something. Again, pushed it for pace, and just might be a little bit too much for the likes of Reyes and Rocker to negotiate. I haven't really been able to get him away. Still yet to concede a run in this over halfway through as well. Tries to take him down the town, and he will. Lovely shot. Reyes says he's had enough, and he, again, similar to his previous boundary, just comes down the track a little bit gets that front leg out of the way and really swings from the hip and gets rewarded with a nice boundary. 4 more to the total. Very nice shot there from Reyes. Bit of a sigh of relief for Pirates as that boundary just gets them back into the frame of things realistically. Cuts this away. Thought it got through Singh, but it doesn't. It's eventually collected for another single. Brings Rocker on strike, yet to really face anything from Bruce. Only 5 off this over. No overs gone for double digits. The 6 would do it. Rocker knows though. Rocker's a sensible man. He knows he doesn't need to do anything crazy. This clatters off the pads, and this will be a single leg bye to finish the over. 5 overs gone then. 33 for 2 on the board. I can welcome you back in to the commentary box here at the Europa Point Stadium. It's again a very chilly evening, but it's always a pleasure to bring you the coverage. And of course, Joe's in the live chat. He's telling you, he's informing you. He's going to be back in a couple of weeks. He will be. I'll be here till the 27th. Rico will be back on your screens. I know a lot of people will be looking forward to that. And then Joe will be bringing up the rear, of course, saving the best till last, some would say. But of course, it's always nice to be here. And again, the cricket, well, this game, let's have a look at what's going on at the moment. 33 for 2 at the halfway stage. That run rate at above 8.5 now. So you just have to ask the question as to whether or not the batsmen have really applied themselves in the correct manner. Kenroy Nestor getting out, of course, in the sort of only fashion that you'd expect Kenroy Nestor to really get out, really. He's always an aggressive player and is never going to nurdle. Of course, Lorne Burns going cheaply for no runs, no trouble to the scorers. That's a big miss and a big blow for Pirates. But these two, if they can stay in and Reyes can get going and Rocker can go along with him, anything's possible. But they've got a very tricky customer to negotiate now. Avinash Pai, he'll be hoping that he can get a wicket under his name. He wasn't able to get things going with the bat. He was there from the start right till the end, but he just couldn't get things off the middle of the bat. So he's going to come in now. He'll be trying to break this partnership. Good start away from the batsman and kits across. Tends to be the angle that he favours, going around the wicket towards the right-handed batsman. Manages to get a bit of grip there as well. Comes back in. It will just be a pretty easy single though. Once more, Avinash Pai just waiting. And Reyes in his sights, comes down the track and he's allowed to, with Goodfellow the keeper a couple of steps back. And now of course Pai isn't the quickest of bowlers, so for being critical you'd ask him to be pretty much up to the stumps to prevent Reyes from coming down the track, because that seems to be where he's been the most successful here this evening. However, I doubt that there'll be a reason behind it. Possibly just doesn't want to leak any extras down that leg side if there is the ball that goes down there. You can see there he comes out of the crease and attacks the ball. This time just flicks the wrist into the leg side. Whelan will collect for 1 more run to the total. This game is certainly in the balance. I wonder if anyone's getting a tingle. Interesting one when it lofted in the air. Could be an opportunity. And it's dropped. Paddy Hatchman puts one down. And Avinash Pai will not be a happy man as that one goes astray. You always say you need to put your best fielders down at long on and long off. And Hatchman normally, he's up there with some of the best. But this time, getting it all wrong. Just pops out in the end. And it's a chance that goes astray. Rocker survives. This time hit cleanly. This will take some cutting off. He won't get there. He gets a hand to it. Does Critchton, but he's unable to prevent it from flowing over towards the rope. And once more, Reyes on the advancement this time. And it goes for 4 more. Good over though for Pirates. Again, that run rate still not where it needs to be. That's now got up to 9. 40 for 2 after 6 then. And with Louis Bruce bowled out after his 2 overs, Scott Blake's bowled out as well. This is the story. 2 for Blake, 2 for Bruce, the openers. 1 wicket apiece, 13 and 14 respectively. Crichton bowled pretty well for just that 1 over. 4 conceded. Avinash Pai conceding that boundary there. Whelan, Gibraltar representative, is going to come into the attack then with his off spin. And again, he's another tricky customer that you've got to deal with. Once more, these two will know, and they'll understand that for them to get through this, that all they've got to do is really, they've got to play anything crazy. A couple of boundaries in and over, and then right back into this. Whelan into the attack then. Brent Tainers, this one just stays low. It will just be a single out to Egan Dantis. Egan just looking like he's a little bit keen to get things underway, and of course he had that moment where he took a shot at the stumps. An unnecessary moment. A bit wily trying to get that in. Down the track again, Reyes once more doesn't quite middle it this time. Rocker wants the second and they'll take him on, and that's excellent running from Christian Rocker. He saw that the man at long off was a little bit slow to get going. He pounced on the opportunity, and that's in a very close chase. That's what you really need to do, is be turning those ones into twos. That's exactly what he does. You can just see here, look, he's made his ground, of course. Does well to make the ground and get back in time. Whelan, of course, he's taken a few international wickets. Of course, played in that Valletta Cup. I keep referring to a few months ago now, before summer. And well, again, that's just an instance there where your keeper stood up. It's an opportunity. Good fellow just doesn't quite seem to back himself there. He's not. Which is interesting, because then it stops Reyes from doing exactly this. Up in the air, another opportunity, but it's just skewed. And it'll fall into the trivector of 3. And well, there's 3 of them, but none of them can get there. 3 of them had an opportunity. It was Crichton who went for it. Went for the foot, wasn't able to get there. It fell into, some would say, the Gibraltar triangle. And it went astray and it ran away for 4. Let's see that. Goes for the foot. I know if Corey Rutgers was watching, he would be furious at this point, because he is a serious hater of foot fielding. And I have to back him up as well, because it's dangerous sometimes. This is hit lovely. That'll be 6. That is a beautiful shot from Reyes, and this is the thing. You give him an opportunity to give himself some room, and it will 9 times out of 10 gets punished, and that's exactly what he does. Comes down the track again, gets a lot of bat on this, and this is 6 anywhere. Lovely shot, 6 more, Maximo here in Gibraltar. Is there a turn in this tail? That run rate now down to 7.2. This is hit well again. This is an opportunity. And taken, but it's 6. Louis Bruce does the hard work in taking the catch, but he completely forgets that he's on the boundary, and it is signalled 6, and you can see there. Oh, that's a tough one to take for the young man, because it was a big opportunity to take. He did the hard work. He took the catch, but he just forgot to realise that he was on the boundary, and you can see there he realises it straight away. Hands in heads moment, and it's 6 in the scorebook. You can see there were celebrations. No one realised, and then it clocks, and he has to make the walk back to the crease. Reyes survives. Big over, 19 off that over. And Pirates now seem as if they're back into the frame of things. 59 for 2 after 7. 45 off of 30 this partnership. Reyes doing the majority of the damage, 35 for him. What's that now? These scores are pretty much neck and neck, 54 for 3, 59 for 2. Pirates now ahead. This game has ebbed and flowed between both of these teams. That over really could be the difference in a win or a loss for both of these teams. And Andrew Reyes is the man who's taken the attack to the bowlers, and it's paying off up until this point. Crichton then, after a good tidy over, needs to pull them back here. Wide, driven nicely. That'll be 4. That's going to race away. You're not going to catch that. That's a lovely shot from Rocker. rolling back the years with that one, and that's 4 on any ground. Lovely shot, 4 more. Beautiful shot, given width, and when he's offered that, he's not going to turn it down. He's going to snatch your arm off and take it away, and Rocker moves into double figures with that. Lovely shot. .49 then, this partnership, near enough 50. If they break it, it's a different game again. And this one tries to give himself some room. This is out. Chris saying that you can see professionals do what Lou Bruce does, what Lou Bruce did many a times. It is true. It's one of the hardest skills to master. Lou Bruce, he'll be disappointed in himself, but he doesn't need to beat himself up too much. It's easily done. This is a full toss. And again, will just be a dot ball. That's arguably one of the hardest ones to get away. Those low full tosses to try and get under there are pretty difficult. You can see their Reyes is now having a chat. I think he knows that it's less than a runner ball, so singles will do. That's all they can do at this point. Anything more and it's a plus, but a single will do to get them over the line here. He tries it, but it's straight to Avinash Pai. And this over's been kept pretty quiet, apart from that single boundary. That last over, 1-2.466. Could be a game-changing over. Once more, trying to play into that offside. Avinash Pai taking a bit of a tumble. .13 off of 13 now then. A runner ball from here on in will be enough. That partnership now 49 off 35. This game twisting, ebbing and flowing for both teams. This is driven well. Should just be a single. Looks as if that's Whelan who will do the work, and it is, and it will be a single to end. Another tidy over though from Christian. He's bowled pretty well in his 2 overs. However, it might be a little bit too late for the end trainers, as Pirates are 64 for 2 after 8 overs. That's the story then. That big over, isn't it? That big over off the bowling of Matthew Whelan, which is very unlike him, of course. But that 7th over going for 19 didn't go magical. No overs have gone magical yet. No overs will go magical with only 12 runs needed. But it's just a game-changing moment, isn't it? That one mistake. That one player as well is a very talented player. We've seen him hit some incredible runs, and bowling, and his fielding as well is exceptional. He took the catch. That's the thing you have to remember. It was just the timing and where he was in his positioning. It's very unlucky, but that's all done and done now. You cannot reminisce on that now. You've got to do what's in front of you. 12 off 12, then 2 blows will do it. Rocker on strike as we have a new bowler, Harshdeep Singh. Well, that's not going to help. That'll be a wide. And well, that might be a bit of a loosener. See there, he knows what he's done. He knows what he's got to do. Just got to keep it in line now. 12 off of 11 off 12 even. Pushed into that leg side. Early call of 2, but I don't think they'll get there as Singh will collect it again. This time will just be another single, but singles are enough here for the Pirates. Just wonder whether or not it's just time to try and change things up here for the entertainers. Reyes on 40. 2 blows will do it. 6 and a 4, that's all it needs. And this is an opportunity being put down, and there's no one backing up. They might try and come back for the second, they won't. But just seems as if the entertainers are just getting a little bit antsy out in the field. I think they know what the situation is. They need a moment of magic, but we see here, it certainly was an opportunity. It was an outside edge, and it's things like that that those chances have got to be taken in order to win games, and it just seems as if that's what they may have lacked. 9 off 10, still the required run. This is short, this is going to be a wide. Singh just struggling here. Just struggling to get his rhythm. You can see it, that wind has picked up out in the middle though, look on that, the flapping of his shirt. It certainly isn't an easy one to negotiate as a bowler. It's now 8 off of 10, and all of a sudden it becomes an even easier question for Pirates now. This is a lovely shot into the offside. He'll get a foot on it, but if anything, he's done himself some more work as Egan Dantis is going to change his way, but he won't even be the fielder. Eventually it'll be 2 more, and again, does well to find that gap there and come through. You can see there Christian trying to stop it. And again, that just goes to show foot fielding. Sometimes, 9 times out of 10 is not the way to go. 6 off 9, they can do it in a single blow. Tries to do it, this is up in the air, but this is going to fall safely yet again. And will be another single. And I tell you what, this has been a considerable change of momentum over the last three overs or so. That 7th over going for 19 is not one that Whelan or Louis Bruce is ever going to want to look back on. Down the ground. Again, hasn't quite middled it. Hatchman should collect. And it will... Reyes wants 2. And you're going to get the 1. Rocker. It looks as if he's wants to strike. He wants to face this one. This is an interesting one, isn't it? 4 runs needed for victory. Then they can do it in a single hit. Is Rocker just going to try and block this and let Reyes have a go in the last over, or do you try and keep it from going off the first? 4 runs needed. Make that 3. That's going to be a wide. Things again just slipping away from the entertainers now. Three runs off 7 then. Final delivery here of the 9th. And that will be a dot ball. Rocker was saying he knows where he was trying to get it. He felt as if that could have been the game. But it is not meant to be in the 9th, as it will finish 73 for 2 after 9. Very simple equation. 3 runs required off of the last over. And it's a question of who they're going to turn to now. This is the big one. Reyes is on strike, 42 off of 26. He's played very well. Don't get me wrong, he's been given a few opportunities, but as did Ian Latin in game number 1. He ended up finishing on 90 off of just 40 deliveries. So if you are given opportunities, it's all about cashing in, and that's exactly what Reyes has done. And he's now got his team into a position where you'd argue they are most likely going on to a victory here. Last over then. Can the entertainers do the unthinkable? They won't, because it looks as if that might be all she wrote, and it will be. And it's Andrew Reyes who is the man to do it. The new bowler, Ashish Jani, coming on for that last over. He only gets to bowl 1 delivery as it gets punished into the offside. And that will be the game as the Pirates turn it around massively. They look to be all down and out after losing wickets at the wrong times. Big batsman not really paying off, but Andrew Reyes, when given opportunities, he will always go on and pounce on that, and that's exactly what he does. He finishes on a very well-made 46 off of 27 deliveries, falling short of that personal half-century milestone, but he won't mind too much. And you can see there that there is a real level of camaraderie. They all do know each other in this part of the world. However, these 2 teams will be going back at it very, very soon, but we take a look at the highlights then of the 2nd innings of match number 3, and that was the big moment. Lorne Burns going without scoring, and he won't be too upset at the fact that that happened now that they've gone ahead and got the victory. But it was a good take though from the wicketkeeper Goodfellow, and then there was also a flourish of boundaries from Kenron Nestor, 2 and 2. Then he went for 1 too many, didn't he? And well, it wasn't that one, but he did go for 1 too many eventually, and this one, it was a big close call. You just wonder, umpire's call maybe a little bit different, but you can't really go off if buts and maybes. as that one was a very nice shot from Reyes. And this one was the one though, Kenro Nesta trying to go big into that leg side, didn't quite get all of it. Paddy Hatchman was able to hold on to this one. It was the only one he could hold on to, as he ended up putting a couple down out in the field. But Andrew Reyes, he was able to punish them, and well, Hatchman goes from 0 to 0. And then Rocker, oh, this was a nice shot into the leg side. It was an opportunity though, Reyes was backing up, rightly so. But Louis Bruce, I do think he actually bowled really well. The young man 1 for 13, and again, everyone will just be thinking at the fact that of what happened in the field when he took that catch, but took a step over the line, and there's not much you can do, because unfortunately that is just the way of cricket. But credit where credit's due. Andrew Reyes has batted very, very well. 46 off 27, not out. Supported very well, and importantly so, by Christian Rocker. That was a funny moment. The trivecta couldn't even prevent that one from going over the boundary. It just wasn't meant to be, but this was the big over off Whelan going for 19. This was the first one. That was a 6 on any ground. That was 6 anywhere. And then it was this one into the leg side. And Louis Bruce, the young man, he very rarely puts a foot wrong. Well, he put a couple wrong there. Took the catch, but it wasn't meant to be as he stood over the line. And he will be furious with himself. And he knew exactly, knew straight away. There you go, signalled, and it wasn't meant to be. That was a lovely shot from Rocker. 17 off 22 for him. That was his only boundary. But his role was simple. Go in there and help Reyes out. Just be there with him, and that's exactly what he did. That was the final blow. Andrew Reyes finishing 46 off of 27. And the Pirates are your winners by 8 wickets here in match number 3. Of course, we'll be back in around about 25 minutes or so as we take a look. And I'll leave you with the scorecards, as we, of course, will return in 25 minutes or so for match number 4. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. My name's Charlie Hunt on the European Cricket Network. Good evening and welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the start of match number 4, where we will see the two teams that we saw earlier on go ahead once again. And we can go to Stefan Gooch, tournament referee, for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, and time to call. Heads. Heads the call. It is heads. Okay, good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Entertainer won the toss. They're having a bowl. Back over to you in the commentary box, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Thank you very much. Yes, so there we go. That is the result of the toss then. Very interesting one, of course, coming off the back of a victory for the Pirates. Well, it's going to be an interesting, isn't it? We can take a look at the teams then for match number 4. No real changes apart from Charles Bodastedo coming in for the Entertainers, and then also Nishan Joshi coming in for the Pirates. No surprise there to see fantasy points racking up for the likes of Avinash Pai, and also you see Andrew Reyes. He'll have a few more than that, I reckon. Kenroy Nestor as well. And then Miles Goodfellow, he's got a few. Louis Bruce, of course, as well. He had a few runs, got a couple of wickets, of course, but just wasn't meant to be after that catch, was it? And it was just too much, too little, too late, really, after a fight back. But Pirates, credit where credit's due. They were exceptional, weren't they, to get themselves back into the swing of things here in this first game this afternoon/evening. So Entertainers electing to field first this time, so going for a change in tactic, no real surprises. There's a bit of a different approach, which I kind of like to see. So it looks like we'll see the likes of Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai, alongside Matthew Whelan, of course, with the ball in hand as well. Be looking forward to that as well. But the opening partnership then for the Pirates, it's going to be Andrew Reyes alongside Kenroy Nestor. So change at the top, but I don't mind it. Lorne Burns, of course, is going to continue, but maybe coming in a little bit later on, which is possibly a bit of a different tactic, but you never know what can happen. Average scores then and expected scores 90-96. Entertainers being tipped to go ahead and win this one. Of course, they were tipped to go ahead and take a victory in the first game, but wasn't meant to be, and that's just the joy of cricket. Very good afternoon, good evening, or good morning to everyone tuning in around the world, whether we're on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India, as the umpires are out there, they're ready and waiting to go, and they're looking forward to another very exciting game of cricket. And you can see there, they're the opening batsman, Kenroy Nestor again. Well, there's no real, doesn't take much to hazard a guess as to where he's going to be going. He's going to be looking to go downtown straight away. He's going to be looking to go hard and get as many runs on the board as possible. No real shock at all. He would have been disappointed, though, to get out as early as he did, but of course, luckily, it wasn't too deep as an effect. He was able to go ahead, and of course, Pirates were going to go and get a victory, but all because that man there, Andrew Reyes, finishing on a very well-made 46. It has to be said. Was given a couple of opportunities, of course, with the likes of Louis Bruce, of course, dropping him, but not dropping him. He took the catch, but unfortunately, he was over the line and went for 6. So, a bit of a different tactic as well, then. So both teams employing different tactics. It's going to be Gideon Crichton. He's going to take the first over for the Entertainers. I have to say, I don't mind that. Not against that. He bowled pretty well in that first game this evening. Thought he bowled rather tidy. Of course, was on the wrong end of the result, but sometimes there's only so much you can do as a player. He gave it his all, and that's all you can ask for. Finished with good figures, to be fair. 2 overs, none for 9. He was very economical, but he's got a very dangerous Kenroy Nestor up against him. We're ready to get underway for match number 4 then of the Gibraltar series here. And we're going to start classic European style. We're going to start with the wide. Bit of a different feel about this game. Possibly the Entertainers disappointed. And you take a look at what happened in that last game. You can see where the issues were. Not enough runs on the board, and then their fielding and bowling wasn't as tight as the Pirates. They were just sort of above them on many levels. But only time we'll see. Well, this one has got through. That's going to be the first boundary. That'll run away. A little bit unlucky. Goes through the fielder, but Kenroy Nestor opens his account with a nice shot into the leg side. 4 to the total. Tries to go with the foot. You don't really like to see that, because no one really wants to see how that ever ends. You can see here, look at this, it'll be a good angle. Oh, that's not nice. That is not nice to see at all. Don't want to watch that one back. Thank you very much, Andrews, the director. That's not a nice one. Of course, quality replays brought to you by the Spring Productions crew. Excellent as ever. Needs a response though, does Crichton. This one comes back, and it's a good take from Goodfellow. Still the keeper and skipper for this game for the Entertainers, of course. Certainly looking forward to another matchup between these two teams. Cool. This is half of the competitors. We saw rugby and sloggers earlier yesterday. Getting a good bit of movement, really making things difficult. Collected by Charles Borrastero. See how chilly it is. There's hoodies and jackets all over. Sunil, the umpire, looking a little bit chilly. I can tell you the on-field umpires once more. Again in this match, in match number 4. Sebastian Maynard alongside Sunil Chandaramani. And then Michael Charge is the third umpire. Of course, being led by Stefan Gucci, you saw earlier at the coin toss. Driven nicely, straight to Singh though. Kenroy just making his ground. Good to see everyone getting involved in the live chat. Do let us know where you're watching from. It's always fun. Always nice to hear how far we're reaching, which is, you know, always positive to see European cricket on the up. This is driven unconventionally into that leg side. Paddy Hatchman will collect it. And I think that was also one thing that they had a discussion about. There was a bit of a discussion whilst they were waiting in between these two games, and you could just sense that Entertainers probably just a little bit too over-enthusiastic in the field with a couple of their throws just leaking a few too many runs. Just need to do the basics. The rest will follow. Well, that moment might have to be etched in history for cricket here in Gibraltar. Kenro Nestor playing a defensive shot. Meets it with the full face of the bat. It's a dot ball to finish. 7 for none after 1. Entertainers looking like they're going to be giving people a go. They're going to change things up and just see if they can ruffle a few feathers and see what they can do. Looks like it's going to be Carlos Espinosa. He is going to take the second over from this end. You can see that wind picking up, always does as we get towards 8 o'clock. Just 3 minutes past 8 now. So Carlos Espinosa then. He's got Andrew Reyes in his sights then. What can he do? Oh dear, well that one, that's going to be a no ball. It's a bit of a loose start from Carlos. Just see that, it wasn't quite where he wanted it to go. But pretty easy call for the umpire, standing umpire at square leg. Free hit then for Andrew Reyes. Let's see if this is on the pitch and if he can get this one away. It is. He misses out. A good comeback in the end from Espinosa. And he's asking a question of a wide, but he was well within that line. That blue wide line is what the umpires are going off. This time it's going to be a leg side wide, just struggling. Just can't quite get his rhythm, can Espinosa. This time it is straight. It's an opportunity. It's over. Charles Borrastero, he will give chase. And it's agonisingly close, but he won't get there. And it'll be another boundary. It's the first boundary of this innings for Reyes. And it's 4 to the total. It wasn't a terrible delivery, just a possibility of being a little bit too short, but Borrastero unable to quite cut that one off. Nearly got there though. Next time for Borrastero. Drag this one down a little bit. There'll be another wide. Struggling is Espinosa. I don't mind the idea of attempting to get players involved, but yeah, you've got to do the job, haven't you? It's a long tournament to go. You do want to ensure that you can get a victory early on the board, otherwise you just go down a rabbit hole. That's a good delivery. That's a good comeback from Espinosa. A bit of movement off the seam coming into Reyes. That's a better delivery. Let the ball do the work. Do the basics right, the rest shall follow. This is a short ball, smash hard, opportunity, and it's taken, this time, right where Louis Bruce previously stepped over the line. Avinash Pai, that shows you how cold it is, because that one stung. And Espinosa, he gets his wicket, and it's the dangerous Andrew Reyes who has to go. Excellent catch from Avinash Pai though, shorter delivery, tries to slap this into the leg side, and Avinash Pai knew exactly where he was, and he takes the catch pretty comfortably in the end, but the first wicket goes, and Pirates are 14 for 1. Reyes will be fuming with himself. He's picked out one of the only fielders on the boundary on the leg side, and he will not be a happy customer, that's for sure, off the back of a very well-made 46, but he just managed to pick him out. He didn't, Avinash Pai did not have to move a muscle. Anything had to ensure that he didn't go over that rope and encroach the boundary, which is obviously still in the minds of all of the viewers, I am suspecting. But anyway, out goes a dangerous man. In comes an even, arguably as dangerous, if not more, Lorne Burns, coming off the back of a disappointing outing with the bat in the previous game. Got a duck. Well, didn't trouble the scorer, so he'll be hoping not to get a pair. Espinosa, though. What could he do? Jacks in, and Lorne Burns just almost takes him by surprise. Excellent 2 deliveries there from Carlos Espinosa. Credit where credit's due. Right on the money. He's got a wicket, and then he's come up against an international cricketer. He's bowled him an absolute peach, done him up, really. Lorne Burns does well to keep it out. Final delivery. Won't be. That'll be a wide. Bit of keeping though from Goodfellow. Gets a glove on it. Espinosa looking to close out the over as quietly as possible. This is pulled and pulled nicely. That'll be 4. Sits up like a peach, and a man of Lorne Burns' calibre is not going to miss out. Lovely shot. 4 more to the total. Good end to the over. Mixture of an over for both teams. A good wicket with Andrew Reyes going. However, a couple of extras and a couple of boundaries means that that's gone for 12. 19 for 1 after 2 for the Pirates. So this is what that win has done to the table. Pirates, they go second, of course. And victory here for them again would put them comfortably at top with a 2-point gap. However, a victory for the entertainers in this game, and it will just summarise exactly what I finished off by saying yesterday. I have a feeling that we're going to have some close contest. Louis Bruce then will be taking the 3rd over to finish off the power play. Well then, Louis Bruce, what can he bring to this table? Again, he's got to get that out of his mind as to what happened last time around against Nestor. And Nestor with, well, last time he faced a delivery, he just fended it away and watched it for a top ball. This time, he's thrown the kitchen sink of it so much so he's almost lost his footing. Well, there you go, classic Kenroy Nestor. That's exactly who we have come to expect from him. And even Louis Bruce has a bit of a giggle there. Good start there for Bruce. Dot ball. This has gone high, and this has gone long enough. Only just. It sails over. Paddy Hatchman was interested for almost the entirety of that ball's flight. However, it just has enough. It wasn't quite out of the middle, but if you swing hard, it's going to go. And that's exactly what he does. And it's maximum here in Gibraltar. 6 more. He was interested all the way until it reached the end of its flight. And Nestor with a bit of a goal swing. Come back though, asking the question. They're asking the question, and well, it's been signalled as a wide. Good fellow, not happy. We take another look. Not too sure. I don't even know if it was within reach. Louis Bruce wasn't as sure. Good fellow was a bit more keen. And it's signalled as a wide, so clearly no bat involved. Needs a comeback, does Bruce. Needs to try and keep the remainder of this over as quiet as possible. That's a good way to do, because that one is another wild swing. You know exactly what you're going to get from Kenroy. Nestor's going to be going for a few maximos, that's for sure. No doubt about it. And Hancock saying, can't wait to jump with the Sloggers next week. Well, there you go, Ryan. Looking forward to it. I'll be watching. That one does everything. That one's nipped away. Kenroy's just sort of gone, well, I'm glad I left that because I didn't really have an idea as to what that was doing. Good take, though. Or good stop, I should say, from Goodfellow to ensure that doesn't race away. Good bit of work, though. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you on screen. Ryan, looking forward to that one. Enjoy your time here. Paying attention, of course, even when I'm away. Thoroughly enjoyed my time in Gibraltar already. Only been a couple of days. And it's yet again another wild swing from Kenroy Nestor. And once more. Big swing, no ping. Doesn't get anything on that one at all. See there, he thought it was the end of the over. Louis Bruce has got a bit of a smile about him now. These two teammates for the national squad, they know what's going to come. They know what to expect from each other as well. But if Kenroy can get going, it just gets bat on it. 9 times out of 10 it goes a long way. Well, he's got a bit of bat on this one, and it's going to go all the way. 4 more. Outside edge, very unlucky for Louis Bruce. He bowled well in that over. Didn't bowl terrible at all. And he gets punished with a 6 and a 4. And, delicately played. Probably wasn't thinking to go that fine, but he'll take it. It's 4 more. And at the end of the power play, going at 10s, 30 for 1. Good power play for both teams. Getting a wicket. Andrew Reyes going early over these two. You want to get at least 1 more of them between Lorne Burns and Kenroy Nestor. 12 off that second over, though, is a good start. End of power play then. Fielding restrictions are eased. Singh into the attack. Short ball, punished. This has been hit well. Is it going to split the fielders? It doesn't. It's Avinash Pai. He just can't keep him out of the game. He might have slide tackled his teammate in the process, but he does well. You can see here, stays well within, gets a bit of a slide tackle in, and gets the throw in as well. Excellent work. Just a single to the total. Singh. Correction, it's not Singh, it's Espinosa. Apologies. Good start once again. Been given a second over. He's got 2 dangerous batsmen in his sights. He's got to try and negotiate and try and get this as quiet as possible. It's a good line and length again. Asking the right questions. Kenroy just sensibly, rather than swinging from the hip, just plays this into the offside for a single. Carlos Espinosa then. Looking like he's enjoying his time up there, isn't he? It's always nice to see. This is his second game, of course, his ECN debut today. Sensibly plays into the offside. Should be 2. Louis Bruce will do the work, and they will come through for a second. Very good bit of fielding, superb arm on the young man. Get a replay here. Could have been close, in fact. Comfortably makes his ground in the end, though. Seven or 4. Lorne happy not to get a pet. Tries to sweep this one, but down the leg side wide, and they come through for a run after the wide as well. And again, that wind just picking up, coming even colder as well. Still no beanie on though. No beanie as of yesterday. No beanies out in the middle either, which is a bit different. I saw a few yesterday. It was certainly chilly. That's another leg side wide. Espinosa just losing his rhythm a bit. He managed to get it back towards the back end of last over and the start of this one. However, last 2 deliveries have not been on the money. And it's a sign of frustration now as well. Short in the air, could be an opportunity. Hatchman comes around, falls short, and it will eventually will just be a single. But once more, Nestor just can't find that middle of the bat. Possibly trying to hit it a little bit too hard. Just need to go for time, but there's no point on changing it. He's not gonna, he's fixing his ways. I don't think he's gonna try and change anything. Be another leg side wide. And again, frustration building for Carlos Espinosa. Espinosa then trying to close off the over as quickly as possible. Short, waited on, and dispatched. 4 more. Simple, really. Can't bowl there. Lorne Burns is going to punish you, and Espinosa really struggling now, just trying to get out of this over as quickly as possible. But that's 4 more, and well, that might do Lorne Burns his confidence a wealth of good, because you're only giving him more opportunities to get his eye in. And once he's in, he's very, very tough to get out. To make sure that that ball's okay. Final delivery then of the over, trying to get out of it as quick as possible, really. 13 off it already. Last delivery, hopefully. It's an absolute peach of a delivery. He does, everyone all ends up, really. Espinosa coming out of nowhere with a possibly one of the best balls of the evening so far. Finishes with a single. Ties him up completely, finds the outside edge. And you take another look here. Pitches in line with the stumps and then moves away. And it's a peach of a delivery. Doesn't get much better than that. End of the over then, 44 for 1 after 4. Story so far, Reyes going cheaply for 5 for 7. Story of cricket, isn't it? We saw it yesterday with Ian Latin going for 90 and then really struggling in the next game. But then we also saw it with the likes of the young man Brian Zammit, of course. He was able to get going and got a score in the 60s, but in the next innings, although it was going to be a match-winning innings, just couldn't get going and couldn't motor along. Anyway, end of the over means that Louis Bruce is back, and Lorne Burns, he's on 12. This is driven nicely, pushed down the ground, will just be a single. There's Whelan, will do the work. Well, Louis Bruce is probably thinking, right, here we go, 5 more balls of Kenya Ernesto going for a swing then. That's probably what he'll be thinking. Well, there's one. There's 1 of 5. Tick that one off your list. Let's see that. It's always good to see, though, for Louis Bruce, even though he made a bit of a mistake in that last game. He's come back and he's got a smile on his face. He's more than happy to be out there, I think, at the moment, this time of year. That is an absolute peach of a delivery. Unplayable. Slower ball, leg cutter. Ernesto has absolutely no idea. Plays about 4 different shots before he can even get there. It doesn't get much better than that. And if you're Ken Ernesto, you just got to laugh, and that's exactly what he did. And again, another shorter delivery, and yet again, Ken Ernesto struggling once more. Just signs of frustration now coming through. He hasn't got a boundary in a while. And Lorne Burns is a bit of cat and mouse, and Lorne Burns is winning at the moment. It's chipped up around the corner. Should just be 1. Will be fielded. And it is fielded very well in the end by Podestero. Brings Lorne Burns on strike then for the last delivery then for Louis Bruce. Again, wicketless in this time. And Louis Bruce is being vocal out there, having a bit of a chat. Possibly trying to play a bit of games then with Lorne Burns. Slower ball, and he will be the winner, because it's an excellent delivery from Louis Bruce to finish the end of the over with Only 2 runs coming off it against 2 very dangerous batsmen. He goes pretty well, and at the end of 5 overs there, well, the score is pretty simple, 46 for 1 after 5. Going pretty well at the moment, though. But again, this game can turn on its head in just a matter of moments. My name's Charlie Hunt. Thank you very much for joining me here at the Europa Point Stadium for match number 4 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. And it's certainly an interesting matchup, of course, between these 2 teams, because Pirates taking a victory in that first game, but if the Entertainers go ahead and get a victory in this game, just really spices things up in the space of this tournament. And we're only 2 nights in, of course. You have to remember that we're here for a number of weeks, so plenty of cricket still to come. So you do have to remember there is a lot of cricket here on the European Cricket Network to come in the remainder of the year. Scott Blake then into the attack. And this is 6. That'll be 6. That's out of the ground. See you later. New ball, please, because that is out of here. 6 runs, and that is a lovely shot from Kenroy Nestor. He's finally got one that's teed up for him. Bit of a golf swing, and well, that almost drove the green. 6 runs. Very nice. That's the one that Nestor's been waiting for. Even Blake's just got to go, well, not much I can do about that. Very nice shot. Back for length, high in the air, skewed up chance. And put down. That's been put down by Harshdeep Singh. And Kenroy Nestor, he gets a life. That would have been swirling and spinning and doing everything in the air, skewed off the bat. You can see Nestor would have no idea. And well, got it completely wrong, did Singh. And it's a drop and it goes down. Punch down the ground strongly by Lorne Burns. Straight to Whelan, who's equal to it. And it'll be another single. So Lorne Burns, T10 batting. Just struggling a little bit here. They're about 14 off 9, so he's above 100, which is always a positive, but just needs to try and push along a bit. Fuller delivery, skewed leg side. Avinash Pai, man at deep mid wickets. And it will just be another single. This is short, slapped hard. Man out there, though, will do the work. Good work in the end from Crichton. And that might be an element of frustration. Lorne Burns, you can see, not showing much, but gives away little signs. And that one, that's annoying. It was a Gundy ball. He wasn't able to cash in. And it's eventually just another single. That one's chopped into the offside. Egan Dantas will eventually do the fielding. Egan, of course, see on his cap, plays a lot of the cricket down in Malaga, in Cartama for the Costa del Sol Crusaders. End of the over, 6 overs gone, 56 for 1 on the board. There's a lot of his cricket, and he's involved in a lot of stuff down there as well. So, tale of the story then for Crichton, getting that first over, 7 overs off it. Espinosa, though, did pick up a wicket of Andrew Reyes. It's the only wicket to go up until this moment in time, but he was a little bit expensive up against Nestor and Burns. And of course, Louis Bruce is bowled out as well. Now, looks as if it's going to be the man who was a little bit too expensive in the previous game. Matthew Whelan went for 19 off his single over in match number 3. He's going to come on and bowl the 7th over here. Potentially, they're having a chat. They're trying to work out. Trying to get that field set correctly. Whelan then, we've seen him, he's a very talented bowler. He can certainly give it a tweak. He's up against the fellow spinner in Lorne Burns. This is cut nicely. It should be cut off, and it is. This time Singh will do it in the correct manner, and it will just be another single. Brings Nestor on strike, 26 off 20 so far. That one is left after a bit of dancing, and again just missing on having a keeper that stood up there, just prevents him from having that bit of freedom entirely. Down the ground again. Cloth doesn't quite get all of it. Hatchman, he's been there pretty much all night. Manages to collect it cleanly for yet again. Just another single. Lorne Burns. Down the ground yet again. Should just be once more another one, and it will be. There's only 4 people playing at the moment. Well, potential for buzzers here. They're going to take him on. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. It's happened again. It's another absolute mess of a run out. We saw one yesterday and we've seen it again. And once more, Lorne Burns has to go. He only goes for 16. He was trying to come back for a second after a missed field. And Kenroy Nestor was stood there and did not move. Big wicket goes. And well, 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 Pirates are now 59 for 2. And that is a big issue. Now he's just being told to wait here. They just want to check that everything's all in order. I don't know why. I think everything's fine for me. Takes it all cleanly there. Nothing wrong with that. Goes through. And they come on through and, well, he throws it. Nestor goes back and it's just it's an absolute mess, really. Complete and utter mess. And Burns just has to turn around and go. He should be given his marching orders. There we go. He finally is. And off he goes. But that is another mess of running. That's how not to do it. Kids, if you're watching. Nestor was not looking and not paying attention. Lorne Burns just ran. And it goes. 59 for 2 on the board. Big wicket to fall. New batsman then is a man who played second fiddle but was very influential in the last game. Christian Roca is the new batsman coming in at number 4 yet again for the Pirates. Batted well. Batted. Came in at number 4. 17 off 22 with that 1-4 through the covers, but he did a job and he's got to do it once more. He's got to try and back up Nestor here. Into the leg side. This has been hit and punished, and that'll be 6. Well, that's one way to answer an embarrassing run out. It's a lovely shot, full toss, bit of a Gundy ball, and pounces on it nicely, and Nestor's not going to miss out. 6 more.
Come on, Wizard Weiren. Work your magic. Paddy, let's hear some noise.
And once more, Lorne Burns will be hoping that he can pick up a couple of wickets, because it's just not been his night, really, has it? No wickets in the first game. A duck and then an embarrassing run out. It's an excellent delivery from Whelan. That one has turned an absolute mile. It's gripped a long way. Well, very interesting over. 10 off it. Embarrassing run out as well. It's all happening here. 66 for 2 after 7. And of course, with the 2023 season getting back underway, there'll be a lot of returning faces onto your screens at some point very soon. Rico Phil will be back at some point. He'll be back on the 28th, I can confirm that. And we have Joe as well. He'll be back after Rico. And then we'll be off to Malta, and that's where the fun will continue. I'm curious how many games left for today. This is the final game, as we have got Scott Blake back into the attack, and he gets punished. That will be all the 1 bounce 4. Lovely shot from Kenroy Nestor. That's sat up like a peach once more, and it's definitely a golf shot. And that one is 1 bounce, and it goes towards the boundary. 4 to the total. Kenroy Nestor is really the main man for the Pirates here. 34 off 24. Just needs to keep his head now. 38 off 25 now. Just well. That one will be all the way. Don't know what's happened to third man. I think that's Carlos. Carlos has had a bit of a trip. Probably getting a little bit excited. Can you see it on this one? He just... well, I hope he's all okay, but he's just fallen over just for the sake of falling over. I hope he's all right. Rocker yet to face the delivery. Pulled and pulled nicely. And the chase is on for Crichton. He will get there. They'll come back pretty comfortably for the second in the end.
He comes in, he runs back out.
So Blake not quite having the same turnout as the previous game. Cut nicely straight to Singh though. Does well, keeps it to just the single. That would have been, if that got through, that would have been a certain boundary. Saves 3 runs, and in the context of this game, 3 runs could be crucial when it comes down to the wire. This is out here. It's called a wide. And they're not too happy about this one. Take another look here. Anything touching that blue line, and it has to be called, and that's under the instructions, and that's exactly what he does. So, I'll come back to that. I realise they have no complaints. Next ball, leg side, 1 bounce, won't be gone. Avinash Pai just sat there and takes the safe option. Nestor moves into the 40s. This will just be a single. Nestor wants 2. He wants to strike for the next over, but he won't get it. Rocca will maintain the strike. 77 for 2 with 8 overs gone. It was a good power play, wasn't it? With 30 runs on the board after 3 overs gone. But however, that 5th over, that was a bit of a turning point, wasn't it? Managed to drag him down. That was that over from Louis Bruce where Kenroy Nestor just could not get him away. And then after that, it was that embarrassing run out, wasn't it, in the 7th over. It's always Matthew Whelan's over that seems to go. He's back again, though, for the 9th over. Knock up on the sweep. That's a lovely shot. It'll take some catching off. In fact, it won't be. That's a lovely shot. 4 more. Elegantly played from Christian Rocca. It was a premeditated shot. Takes a big shuffle across and helps this around the corner. And it'll be 4 more to that total. That wind certainly is picking up now. And he's gone for it again. This time it's clocked into that onside. And it will just be another 1 run to that total. This one does him all ends up, and they're going to take him on. They're going to take a shot at the stumps. No backing up, and they're going to call him through. So there will be buzzers. And I don't mind that, having a go. You're in a position where you really do need to try and take it on and try and get a wicket from somewhere. And it was at Nestor's end, so you don't really mind the idea from Goodfellow. And then he ends up coming back for that pretty easy second in the end. It's all happening once again in Whelan's over. It's always Whelan. Wild swipe. Very early on that one. You can see here. Very early on that one. Again, different game if your keeper stood up. To me, it really does. I don't want to harper on it, but it just feels as if it changes the game for the batsman. They're restricted to their crease, and you look, he's a few inches outside that crease, makes it 10 times easier, then takes a step down, high in the air, could be an opportunity, will fall safely, right in between 2. They've almost ran it over the boundary. They won't in the end. Egan will do the fielding, Egan Dantis, and it will be another 2. But again, it just that factor of having a wicketkeeper in your eye line when you look down just changes the game, and it's just a mind thing more than it's a mental aspect of the game. But Goodfellow obviously will have his reasons. Slower ball, slower than slower. This is clip leg side. Nestor will only want 1. Rocca gets sent back. He was keen for that second. And Nestor, happily so, means he keeps the... He'll keep the strike. 87 for 2 after 9. Single over left. Looking for 100 plus here if they can try. This will just look as if he's just rubbing on that shoulder. I think he's okay though. Be interesting to see who's going to bowl this last over. Well, it looks as if it's going to be the man who took the first over. Gideon Christian went for 7 in that first over of the innings. And now he's got a man who's going to be eyeing up not only his half century, but 100 for the team as well. He'll be hoping he can try and get up there. New batsman is, or the next batsman I should say, is ready and raring to go if necessary. Can Nesta get his way up to that 50? Last over then. Christian with ball in hand. And we're going to start with a wide. And again, there's a few sides, but anything on that blue line, which I'm pretty sure this was, that one's it's a tricky one. It was just coming in, but I think it was, again, anything that's touching it. You have to go with what you're told, and that's exactly what they did. So they have to bowl that one again. Flat batted down the ground, that's 4. That is slapped and slapped hard by Nestor with intent. 4 more to that growing total. And that really is where we've seen Nestor shine over the last year or so. Anything in that arc, it's going to go. That's exactly what we've just seen. Beautiful shot, beautiful flow of the bat. Really is a serious hitter of the ball. 49 then, 1 away from his 50. Won't get it yet. He's frustrated with that one. Feels as if he's missed out. That was a good delivery though. Good comeback from Christian. Just tightens him for space a little bit. Cramps him up. Just needs to get through this over with as minimal damage as possible. That's not the way to do it. That'll be another wide, and there's early signs of frustration. He's getting annoyed now. This is where cricket becomes such a mental game. You know you've got it in you. You just got to try and work out a way of doing it, and it's not letting the game get to you, especially mentally. And he won't do it. Christian was thinking about throwing it to the stumps before he even had it in his hands. Again, a miscued shot. You can see he was trying to throw it before he'd even taken it. But again, it's a very, very crucial dot ball. And in the context of this game, dot balls are gold dust. High in the air. This has been hit well. Could be an opportunity though. It won't be. 6 more. Excellent way to bring up your half century. And Kenroy Nestor, I mean, you know what you're going to get with him, but sometimes it just comes off, and that's exactly what's happened here. It's an excellent half century for Kenroy Nestor. I don't think he's really yet to realise. And he finally gets the applause that he deserves. 55 off 35. 14 dot balls, but with 4 4s and 4 6s. Yeah, it's very good striking. And no real surprise, it's 360 hitting as well, with some lovely shots all around the ground. 2 deliveries left though, 99 on the board for the Pirates. This is hit, that's 6 again. Lovely hitting, and Nestor is in. He's seeing it like a beach ball now. That was hit with pure intent yet again. It's too short, and it's sitting up, and it's like taking candy from a baby. It sits up, and Nestor is going to cash in. Lovely shot. Also brings up the 100 as well. 105 then for 2, a very competitive total already. Can he add to it? Last delivery then. Full toss down the ground. Paddy Hatchman is going to be the man behind it. They should try and come back for the second, and they will. And well, they might come back, and they won't. Eventually, Christian will get the ball to hit the stumps, and Rocker will be run out, but they will get that 1 run. So the Pirates will finish on a very well-made 106 for 3. And it's all due really to one man. Kenroy Nestor finishes on 62 not out off of 37 deliveries. You see there, applause by Louis Bruce and also his own teammate Christian Rocker. And again, they've set a very, very good total. 107 for victory then for the Entertainers as we get ready for the second innings to come in a matter of moments. But first of all, we can go ahead and take a look at the highlights here for the first innings of match number 4. And you can see here, very nice early shots. That one turned around the corner by Andrew Reyes, moved up to the opening man for the Pirates, and it wasn't meant to be. He was eventually caught on the boundary by Avinash Pai for just 5. And then that brought Lorne Burns to the crease, and you thought that maybe this could have been the time for Lorne. That was an early chance. And it went all the way down for the boundary. Kenroy Nestor, though, he hit some lovely shots. Did give a few opportunities, and he was teasing Hatchman at one point, and that was exactly that. However, there was a good spell of bowling from Louis Bruce. He changed it up, wasn't scared to bowl his variations, and he bowled very well. Lorne Burns also hit the bad balls that he was given. That's all you can do. Nestor did the exact same. Anything that was short, it was pounced on. That one was kicked over the boundary, but still 4 nonetheless. This was a lovely shot, teed up nicely and destroyed back down the ground. One of the best ones of the day for Kenroy. And this was a bit of a skewed missed opportunity, and how costly was that drop as it was put down by Harshdeep Singh. And then Matthew Whelan, whenever he bowls, there always seems to be controversy. This was a big moment. Lorne Burns, misfield, coming back for the second. Kenroy started, stopped, and then just left Lorne Burns stranded. Kenroy, he was left there waiting for a new partner. Christian Rocker came in and supported him well and watched Kenroy go from best to better. He ended up with 62 not out off of just 37 deliveries with 4 4s and 5 6s. And Christian Rocker, well, he was run out eventually on that last delivery, pushing for that second, and rightly so. But that was a lovely shot, crunched down the ground. That was 4 anyway. It just teed up nicely. That was a bit of a comical moment, trying to throw at the stumps before he even collected the ball. And then this was it towards the end. Hit into that offside. And that was how he brought up a marvellous half-century. And that was the moment that he realised. And then that very last delivery into that leg side. This was hit very well for a 6. It was a beautiful shot. This was the last one then, down the ground. Hatchman yet again involved. And there was a moment of, Rocker could have got in. He was just fell short after a misfield. But that was all it was then for the first innings of match number 4. The Pirates finishing on 106 for 3, setting 107 for victory here in match number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in exactly 10 minutes for the response from the entertainers looking to get their first win of the tournament. We'll be right back. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good evening and welcome back for the final time here this evening to the Europa Point Stadium for the second innings of match number 4 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. You join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network for this final innings then, as the entertainers have been set 107 for victory from their 10 overs. Change at the top of the order then. No Avinash Pai, and again, normally you'd say that that's a bit of an interesting move, but he just couldn't quite get going, so I'm not against giving others opportunities, because why not? You know, if it's not gone your way, obviously in the first game you've lost for a reason. Change things and see what happens, and that's exactly what they're doing. Paddy Hatchman is still at the top of the order. He's going to be joined by Egan Dantis coming in at number 2. So a bit of a move from Avinash Pai to Egan Dantis. See how that pays off. Kenro Nestor coming off the back of a very, very well made 62 not out off the 37. Again, you can see he's a very cool and calm customer, isn't he? But a very good evening to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on FanCode in the subcontinent India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Kenro Nestor, he's going to get us underway then here for the second innings of match number 4. This is driven nicely. Oh dear, what is happening? Well, 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 it's taken one delivery and we've got absolute mayhem out in the middle. Paddy was sent off, Paddy was going, Egan wasn't going, someone was running, people weren't running. Richard Cunningham was the man, threw at the wrong end. Egan was left stranded and eventually will come through for a single. It is all happening already. And he takes one ball, so we'll get a little bit excited. But good to see Liam Day in the chat. Always a pleasure to have you there. Nice to be back on comms for sure. Egan Dantis then facing up. Oh, not yet. That's going to be the first false start of the tournament. Always good to be back. Good to see Kitty's back as well. It's an interesting matchup this. 106 then required off of 59 balls now. And that will be a leg side wide. Okay, Ernesto just getting that one a little bit wrong. Just earing down that leg side. Egan just trying to turn that around the corner, but gets nothing on it. Egan giving an opportunity at the top of this order for Dantis. Can he come off? Can he make this a moment for himself? This is just dropped and ran, and this time it's a much more simpler run for the two of them. Kenro getting his football skills out. These two, of course, have played a lot of cricket together. This is the thing, you have to remember that a lot of these players will venture up the coast towards Malaga to Qatar to play, so they play a bit of cricket as well. Obviously, Egan's come down here this time around, as has Lorne as well. But plenty of cricket down this part of Europe. Driven nicely once more, and this is again another confident single. Burns the fielder. He'll be hoping that he can get a breakthrough with that ball in hand, won't he? Just not been his night. Wicketless in the first game, duck in that game as well. Then in the second game, manages to get a start but gets run out embarrassingly. You'd just be thinking, what have I done? What have I done to deserve this? Egan Dantis on strike. Again, pushed into that leg side. Richard Cunningham will eventually collect it for another single. I'll be looking forward to seeing him bowl again. He bowled pretty well, did Cunningham in that first game this evening. It's just pushed off the toe. You can see that Shub's getting his food in. A wild swing, clatters into the body of Hatchman. Come through for a leg bite. Rocker saying, don't throw, no need to throw. No, in no rush. Seasoned campaigner is Rocker. Had a good time of it with the glove in the previous game. Took a couple of very good takes. At the moment, so 6 off 5 with a delivery left in the first over. bit early on this. He'll be off the bottom of the bat. Andrew Reyes is the man at deep square. Will be just one run. And at the end of the first, pretty quiet over. Apart from that first delivery, 7 for none after one. So looking to see who's going to be taking this second over. Looks as if it is going to be Andrew Reyes. So no change in the tactics with the bowling for the Pirates. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it looks as if it will be Reyes. We'll take this second over. You can see then, you can hear it as well. Warren Burns, of course, with a lot of experience in this game, so he's obviously going to be ever present in terms of controlling the field and just advising the field on field placements. Of course, helping out the skipper Ryan Grimes. Andrew Reyes then. And the leg side this time down the ground. Good start for just a single though. This is hit and hit well. Struck pretty firmly. Once more, Lorne Burns will collect. So Egan on strike. Luke in the chat saying, interesting to see how Dantis goes with the bat here. I've seen him score lots of runs in the Summer League. Well, time will tell. We shall see. Down struck well. Gets through Hatchman. Correction, not Hatchman. Of course, that's Garrett. My apologies. Reyes this time. He's coming off the back of a bit of a disappointing time of it with the bat in the previous innings. Hatchman this time offside. Won't get a run for his troubles. Straight to the man at backward point. Pretty happy. It shows that it's a bit cold out there because that one hurt. It wasn't struck as firmly as we've seen Hatchman being able to do so in previous instances. He's to finish it off here. And he's got him. And he does Reyes. And that's the start that he would have wanted. And that is an absolute peach of a delivery. He doesn't get much better than that. And Reyes, well, he'll be pretty happy with that. Lovely way to go about things in your first over. He gets the dangerous wicket of Paddy Hatchman, and the first wicket falls for the Entertainers. 10 for none. Now 10 for 1. Peach of a delivery. Always cramping in for room and just gets done up, doesn't he? It's coming into him all the way. And Reyes, pretty happy with that one. Bit of a celebration. He's normally quite a reserved character, so just shows how happy they are with that one. But Hatchman has to make that long walk back. Young Louis Bruce, the man in next then. You'll see this again. Nips back off the seam. It's a peach of a delivery from Reyes. So Louis Bruce then coming in at number 3. Joins Egan Dantis out in the middle, who sat on 5 off 5. Yet to really get going. But Louis Bruce, yeah, he was telling me he was trying to talk to me through the microphone on the effects mic earlier. He's out in the middle now. He's got to let the bat do the talking. This is pushed down the ground. Early call of 2. Shouldn't be on him, won't be. Excellent work. Look, just 2 people you don't want to take the arm off. That's Kenroy Nestor and Lorne Burns. And those 2 were tracking that ball down with vengeance. 11 for 1 after 2 for the Entertainers here then. This is the story so far. Pirates sat in second after that victory, with Rugby CC still sat on top. And then, of course, a victory here for the Entertainers would really mix things up and would be a a telltale sign as to what you really have come to expect of things here in Gibraltar. Some very tight teams, of course. Only 4 teams in this tournament, down from the original 5, so just means that the squads are a little bit more spread evenly, with heaps of talent in both sides. Young Louis Bruce is certainly one to watch for the future. Well, even though in the future he's done it already in the present. But he's up against his national team counterpart, Kenroy Nestor. And well, that'll be a fine edge. That's going to be 4 more. That races away, and that's going to be 4 off the bat of Louis Bruce. And you can see there was a bit of a smile there between both of batsman and bowler. That one just races away over the top. A little bit late on that one, but with credit enough to take it on. Of course, Louis Bruce was able to get the better of Nestor really when the roles were reversed. Louis Bruce then, an early boundary, settles the nerves ever so slightly. That's driven, confidently driven. That's 4. That's an excellent shot once more from Louis Bruce. This time a little bit more conventional. Straight down the grounds, plays within the V. And it's 2 full from Kenroy Nestor, and he gets punished. Garrett tried to get a foot on it, wasn't able to do so. And it races away. Lovely shot, 4 more. A lot of noise out there. See how much this means to both sides. It's going to be another boundary. That's a hat-trick. 4, 4, 4. And Louis Bruce has come out, and he's come out with an absolute intent as he tickles that one fine down the leg side. And it's another boundary, 4 more. Kenroy, he's getting a bit of his own medicine. His last 6 balls, 0 wicket, 1 4 4 4. So a couple of changes now. And that flourish of boundaries brings a change in the field. Third man comes up to a short third man, or he was going to. Now just kind of stood in no man's land. He will eventually come up. Means that mid-off becomes a long off for Louis Bruce. A couple of changes here for the second half of this over. It's gone the journey already. 12 off it already. This is driven nicely again. Push it, and they will take on the arm, and it's very good fielding again. Lorne Burns, no surprise, but again, come through for a single. That's better from Kenroy. Makes use of the pitch. That's what it's there for. And he's gone. All ends up a wild swing from Egan Dantas, gets it all wrong, and Nestor, that's the best way to come back after being hit for 3 fours. Egan Dantas with a wild swing, an unnecessary wild swing. He goes without really troubling the scorers. He goes for 5, and Tainer's now 24 for 2. Taking wickets at crucial times, that's all they can do. And for those that are interested, Avinash Pai is yet to get any pads on. So he doesn't seem to be wanting to be in any rush to get out into the middle. Not the shot that you really want to play at this point in time after 12 coming off the bat already in the over. A wild swing from Dantas is not what you'd want to happen. And it ends up being his demise. There you can see Avinash Pai, still no pads. Then as Matthew Whelan is the new batsman. Marnus saying that Bruce is the key to successful run chase for the entertainers, in my opinion. Well, I don't really think your opinion's wrong, to be honest. I think these two, this is a crucial partnership between these two. Both played international cricket, of course, for Gibraltar, international T20 stuff. So Kenroy, he's finally got his wicket after being pumped for a hat-trick of boundaries. He finally got a wicket, but now he's got Matthew Whelan in his view. Final delivery left of his spell and of the power play as well. Well, it's been and everything, and it's going to go all the way. It's going to be wide as well. So down the leg side, and Rocker couldn't quite get anything on it to prevent it from going all the way. It's a little bit unlucky. It just bounces in front of him. And it goes all the way. He's going to have to bowl that one again. Not the end to the over. This overs is on the verge of going magical. We haven't seen one yet today. Saw 19 off of Whelan before. However, Nestor, he's gone for 18 off this over. 7 in his first over as well. So final delivery hopefully this time around. Struck nicely. That's going to be 6. That is a lovely shot from Whelan. What a way to get off the mark. Pumps Kenroy Nestor down the ground. That is not an easy feat to do, but it's a full toss, and he makes the most of it. And it's a lovely way to end the power play for the Entertainers. Finish with a flourish of boundaries, and the over does go magical. 6 to finish it, 24 off it. And at the end of the third over, Entertainers sitting comfortably at 35 for 2. Matthew Whelan then, doesn't get much better than that. Nice juicy full toss to get off the mark. 6 off 1. And it looks as if we're going to get an introduction of Lorne Burns coming out of the power play. Lorne Burns is dead set on getting the field he wants. He's going to be wanting to try and get a wicket from his spell here this evening. Yet to make a bit of a real impact on the game. On either games yet, of course, in that first game. Here he is, though. And Louis Bruce just squirting this one into that offside. Oh, there's an appeal. Certainly was a noise. But once again, I think it's another case of it coming off of the leg of the batsman. You see here, it carries on. Yeah, it's a good take, though, from Rocker. Lorne Burns didn't really go up at all. And again, yeah, good work, though, from Christian Rocker. Can't be disappointed. That one spins, but it's a lovely shot from Lorne Burns. It does not get much better. Correction from Louis Bruce, I should say. Lovely shot. That's 4 more. He watches this. He finds the length pretty early. That's one of his most important traits in his batting. He's really good at seeing and getting the length pretty much straight away. And he rocked back, playing with a full face of the bat, and that goes for a lovely shot. This time it's leg side short. Again, hasn't quite got all of this. It will take some cutting off, and it won't. It'll be another boundary, and Louis Bruce has very quickly raced into the 20s. And Lorne Burns, it's not his evening at the moment. It's too short, and he gets punished, and it's 4 more. Off the splice of the bat, if anything. When you get enough on it, it's going to race away on this outfield, the artificial outfield as well. Sensible cricket from Louis Bruce. He's a young man with a very sensible head on the top of those shoulders. He knew that he already got his 2 boundaries for the over. He didn't need to go anything crazy after that. And takes a sensible shot after that. So 60 now off of 37 deliveries is required. Whelan strikes this well down the ground again. Kenroy Nestor will get the old long barrier out, and it'll be a single 20 over. Whelan will keep the strike. And Entertainers and the Entertainers are 45 for 2 after 4. Both openers going pretty cheaply for the entertainers then. 3 for Hatchman and just the 5 for Dantis. Both of them with a bit of a crazy shots to get out, but you've got the license to go for it. You have to make the most of it. So now I've got Whelan alongside Louis Bruce. It looks as if it's going to be Mark Garrett. He's going to come in now to take this next over, to take us into the halfway mark of the game, of this innings. He's got him. And you almost knew that was going to happen, as Whelan was looking like he was going to try and advance and take the aggressive action. But another wicket tumbles. And that wicket column is looking to be the only issue for the entertainers at this point. They're up with the rate, but it's that wickets column as Whelan takes a wild swipe across it, playing right across the line. No foot movement, and he knew straight away that he made a mistake. But he has to go. 45 for 3 in the 5th. Garrett with the best start, really. First ball, gets a wicket. Doesn't get much better than that as a bowler. So Whelan has to go. Number 9 on the back. Number 10 comes out with his bat, Harshdeep Singh. Still no Avinash Pai. I'll be wondering to see if we can, if there's ever an angle. We'll be able to see if he's getting his pads on. It wouldn't surprise me if he is. Would not surprise me whatsoever if he is. Of course, he's still got Goodfellow to come in. So then, Singh, what's he going to do? How's he going to negotiate this? Is he going to come in and just give Louis Bruce a strike? Because in all tell, that's all he needs to do. Avinash Pai has got his pads on, so he is possibly getting ready to come in if necessary. This one just missing the top of off. Louis Bruce probably getting a little bit frustrated being at the other end and watching delivery after delivery. Good take though from Rocker. And I'll be able to pick up that sound of a few mopeds going past. That must be cold, because it's cold just being sat here doing nothing. So nice shot from Singh. Should just be 1. Louis Bruce will probably want to get the strike. It's eventually collected by the fielder out on the offside. Oh dear, well, sounded as if there was a nick or of some form. There certainly was a noise. Trying to drive this down the ground just a little bit early on it. Plays it well in front of himself. It's a drop catch, but it's a tough one, but it's still a drop catch nonetheless. Clatters into the pads, asking the question. And that one just seemed as if it was going down the leg side. Yeah, certainly going down the leg side. Good call from the standing umpire. Umpiring hasn't really been too bad. So I think it's been very, very good. Standards have always been pretty high in Gibraltar. Last delivery then, and it's going to be a 1. Louis Bruce will want 2, but it's not going to be on. So that means that Singh will keep the strike, or will he? He will not, because there's 2 misfields. There's 1 from the skipper and the bowler, which means that Louis Bruce will come back for that second run towards Singh, which means that brings us to the end of the over. 49 for 3 after 5. Very, very good evening to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on YouTube or on FanCode. Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network. Absolute privilege to bring you the coverage here this evening. We're coming towards the end of another very interesting evening, isn't it? Because a win here for the entertainers could change things up drastically in the table. Of course, we're still very early in the tournament, so still interested to see what happens. But of course, looking forward to seeing how this tournament unveils, and it's certainly going to be a very interesting time. Richard Cunningham is the new bowler. He bowled very well in the first game, but he's got a Louis Bruce who's in fine form at the moment on the other end. High in the air, opportunity. Taken! Andrew Reyes, has it been called a no ball though? It has. Oh, that's a big, big, big blow. And this one is dipping, but moment of contact does seem as if it was above. We see here, yeah, it certainly is. It's above the waist. So that is not the start that Cunningham wants, as it's the first warning. And it's a free hit, and it's going to be Singh on strike. So Louis Bruce will stay in the frame of things at the moment, but Singh's on strike. And he hits and hits this well. This will take some cutting off. It's Garrett is the man down at long on. He'll cut it off and it will just be one. Louis Bruce, he's taken this on his shoulders. He wants to be the man to do this now, doesn't he? That run rate is creeping up. They just need one big over to get back into this here to the entertainers. Down the ground, hits this not as well as is normally done. Lorne Burns is switched out there now. So you can see there, frantic movement in the field to try and get it right. The wicket here would be another interesting story. He's hit this well. Is it splitting the field? Oh, Burns. Just. Only just. He had a moment of excellence in the last game. He almost had a bit of a crazy one there. A bit of a misfield coming round. It just bobbles a little bit. And he just makes sure to get the dive in and makes the use of Garrett whilst he's there. This one stays low. Singh does well to get something on it. And it's just another single. Bruce gets inventive, and it falls short again. Trying to manipulate this around the corner, and it's just a bit of a top edge more than anything. You see here, trying to really hit that round, but he toes it more than anything, and he just goes straight up. Last delivery then for this over. A single would keep Singh on strike, and I think that's what Pirates want. He's hit this well. Opportunity taken. Finally, something goes Lorne Burns' way this game. And this evening, he finally gets something to go his own way. And the wicket goes. Cunningham picks up another in the tournament. And it's Singh who goes. He goes for just 7. And at the end of the 6th with that wicket, and Taylor's now struggling. 57 for 4. So this is the story for the bowlers. Once again, Lorne Burns struggling. Very rare to see such a talented player struggle so much. It's just not quite been its day. And when it's not your day, it's not your day. There's not much you can really do. You can try your best, but unfortunately, it's just the way it is. But I'm sure we'll see him once more again, of course. And of course, we're going to see Garrett continue. New batsman, still no Avinash Pai. Gideon Crichton is the new batsman for the entertainers. Maybe Bruce on strike due to the end of the over. It's got to be him. It's got to be Bruce. This is struck nicely down the ground. Should be cut off and will be. Kenra Nestor is there to do the work. Left-handed Crichton then comes in now. Of course, the entertainers will be back again tomorrow against Rugby CC. That'll be at the later start times, an hour and a half later. So the first game will be at 7:30 local time, and then 9:30 local time, I should say. So finishing at around about 11 o'clock local time. So it certainly is night cricket. There's an appeal here, but pitching outside leg by quite a distance. Umpire is not phased.
we're very close here, so we're going to cut that off. Your gap is that side.
Yeah, certainly pitched an outside leg. But in the end, it's still a leg bye, which brings young Bruce back on strike, and he's got to go. It's now or never, really. Every ball that goes without a boundary, it's another addition to the runs required. Tries to get this out, isn't able to quite do it effectively. It's another single, and it's just been a matter of the Pirates being on top, really. This one, almost half an appeal to see if it was pad before bat. Yes, it was given as leg buys. You see there, even Christian saying, just see here, he's given out his leg buys. It's an interesting one, but leg buys is the call. Offside, should just be yet again another single, and that's exactly what it is. Louis Bruce struggling now, just can't get away, and it's now signs of frustration. Means he loses his shape and doesn't need to. He's got power behind that bat of his. Down the ground, opportunity, will fall astray. They take on the arm of Lorne Burns. Christian's got to get going. And make his ground eventually. Even though it seems as if he does it the long way, it's another 2 to the total. It means Bruce will keep strike. And at the end of the over, at the end of the 7th, and Tain is a 64 for 4. That run rate now at 14.3 and over. So got to be a big over at some point, and you just feel it's now or never. Or it could be waiting until the 9th. And he always says it could be everything happens in the 9th. Louis Bruce, that's a lovely shot. He's been tried that once before, he didn't quite come off. And the man gives chase, but it's unsuccessful. Almost got there, did Julian Santos, but it wasn't meant to be. And Bruce starts the over with a boundary. There's discussions as Cunningham looks to his man at Lorne Burns to see where he should go. Discussion was, as you know, as you can see with Cunningham's slower bowling, finds it. He's just saying it's hard to get power through that offside. So he's just saying, you know, stack that leg side, see if you can plug any holes, and if he finds a gap, he finds a gap. There's not much you can do. Well, he goes offside. He lifts it over. That'll be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. That's excellent work from Louis Bruce. He saw and he obviously knew what they were trying to do, but it's too short and it gives him too much time, in fact, so much so that he can manipulate it off to the offside, and it's another boundary, add 4 more to the total. That's another boundary then. 2 boundaries on the trot. That might be another. It's an opportunity out there. There is a man there, but he's not going to get there. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 yet again. And this could be the over that changes things and gets them back in the game, but they're going to need a couple more boundaries if they're going to do so. It's too wide from Cunningham. It's the complete polar opposite of his first game this evening. Nishat Joshi can't get anywhere near it. And now Louis Bruce moves on to 41. He needs a few more though, but that run rate's come down to the 12s now. Gone for it again, down the ground. Has he cleared it? No, it's an excellent catch. Lorne Burns Once again, safe as houses down the ground, and Cunningham finally gets his man, and the young Louis Bruce, it's not exactly as if he's not tried. He goes for a very well-made 41. He's trying to get going, but he just picked out the wrong man, if anything. And Lorne Byrne takes a very good catch low down to his left. And Lorne Burns gets that breakthrough alongside Richard Cunningham, and Louis Bruce has to go. Very well made 41 though. And you just sort of question what the entertainers have now, but it's time. Avinash Pai comes in. Louis Bruce comes off with applause. He's obviously not happy about something. You just see here though. Just manages to pick him out. Good catch though from Lorne Burns, has to be said. So Avinash Pai coming in at number 7. Probably been a long time since he's last done that. But he's got to go from the off. He's got no time to try and give himself in. Down the ground. And it's a dot ball. Good delivery from Cunningham. This is a good comeback after going for 3 fours. This was given a lot of flight. Cunningham manages to prevent it from going anywhere. Always with a smile on his face though. Down the ground, has he picked him out again? It won't be, it'll be one bounce. And Pai will keep the strike. It's a single to end the over. 77 for 5, then after 8. So this is it then. 2 overs left of this evening's play. And it's now or never, isn't it? 30 runs off the last 2 overs. Seen crazier things happen. However, it's got to be that man, isn't it? It's got to be Pai. Christian might just need to rotate and get Pai back on strike, but it's a good problem to have if Pai is your last man. Andrew Reyes then. This is down the ground, and again, just hasn't got the middle of the bat, has he? That's exactly what they want. It brings Crichton on strike. You never know, Crichton could pull one out the bag here. Just think, every ball that Avinash Pai now doesn't face is a ball that is a miss, really. That right-hand, left-hand combination is proving to be a little bit of a tricky one to negotiate, though. A couple of field placements just need to be adjusted. He sweeps. And he's got him. Umpire took his time, but it looked dead set to me. Took his time, and, well, there wasn't really much going against it. He just takes a big step across, then gets down on one knee, plays across the line. Yeah, it's bang on. That's a second wicket for Andrew Reyes. He's got good figures of 2 for 5 at the moment. He was absolutely certain that he got his man, and he certainly did. Gideon Crichton has to go. And it's the 7th wicket to go. 78 for 7. That's 78 for 6, in fact. So next batsman will be Miles Goodfellow. So the skipper will go out to the middle. He's got a serious task on his hands. Avinash Pai, he's probably feeling a lot of pressure on his shoulders at this point. Good filler then. He's got it all to do, isn't he? 29 off 10. Need a boundary. Every ball that doesn't go the distance is a win for the Pirates. Looking to go top of the table early on in this tournament here with a victory in this second game this evening. That wicket also means the end of the left-hand, right-hand combination, which just makes it a little bit easier. And they should be okay for time, of course. That official timekeeper, thanks to our partner, Frédéric Constant. hit leg side. Early caller too. I don't think it will be though. Avinash Pai will know it needs to be him. It's got to be him now. It's now or never for the Entertainers CC. What can he do? Can he find something? Offside. Ken or Nestor just seem to have been a little bit stuck. It's only going to cost one run though. I don't mind that. Doesn't run the risk of giving away a boundary. The leadership group of the Pirates CC is in full effect. Drag leg side, should just be one. Julian Santos will do the work. And with a single delivery left in the over, Andrew Reyes has bowled very, very well. He's had a very good time of it this evening. Batted extremely well in that first game. He's bowled even better in this second game. And again, Avinash Pai. He's just struggling, it seems, as well on that knee. Seems as if he might have tweaked it as well. So things go from bad to worse. There you go. You can see he's not happy. It's the end of the over. 82 for 6 then. 25 for victory off the last. He just can't get it going, Kenny Avinash Pai. You don't want to see him injured early on in the tournament. Of course, he has always been carrying injuries. You've seen him time and time again struggle. It's never nice to see. One over left then. Who will it be? It looks like it's going to be Lorne Burns. No surprise there. Even though it's quite not really been his day with batted ball. He's fielded well. But he just doesn't seem to be able to... Doesn't seem to be able to quite get it. But a wicket here would certainly make him a happy chap. No, as long as there's no boundaries off the first delivery or two, then Pirates will feel that they're right on top. They certainly are. 25 off 6 then. Here we go into the last, Lorne Burns. And that will just be one. They're going to come back for seconds. And we might have to go upstairs. In fact, we will. This will be an interesting one. Just seemed just a little bit lazy there from the fielder. Just lazy, just try to get it in. Just waiting for that angle. This will be the angle that tells us. This is going to come down to a matter of frames here. This is it then. This is going to be the frame. His bat's down, down. He's across. It's down. Is that down? I think that's down. Looks safe to me. Yeah, I think he's made his ground. Continues on then. Again, this should just be a single. Andrew Reyes will be the fielder. Well, they're testing Lorne Burns, aren't they? With these throws into the bowler. 22 off 4. It's got to be a boundary. And it won't be. And that all but seals the fate of this game. Now 21 off of 3. There you go, that run rate, 42, almost makes it impossible. That pretty much seals the fate, unless there's an extra or a no ball and a 6. This will be, that's a good hand though from Julian Santos, who's been pretty busy at square leg today. Be another single, and that pretty much will be all she wrote. There'll be 2 deliveries left then. Avinash Pai yet again, just struggling, isn't he? Doesn't seem to quite be able to get it to pay off, but he'll be able to come back though tomorrow. Then Tainers will be back, of course. It's an excellent delivery, so much so it's done everyone. Rockers, that's just saying there, it's probably not the best of fun to keep to Lorne Burns, because you just Never really sure as to what's going to come in terms of variations, but that's an excellent delivery. That's the best of the lot. Looks as if he is going to go wicketless unless he can pick one off this last delivery here. Last delivery then here of the second evening in Gibraltar. Tries to scoop him, gets it all wrong. It's come off something, and they'll come through for a leg bye. Burns will go wicketless, but it will mean that the Pirates are going to take the victory here. They will take a victory by 14 runs in the end. Just was enough, wasn't it? And the entertainers, they'll be disappointed. They'll be sat bottom of the table. They won't be happy, will they? They'll have to come back stronger as they will return for a double-header tomorrow evening. They'll be taking on Rugby CC in matches 5 and 6. But that brings an end to another very entertaining evening of cricket here this afternoon and evening. We can go ahead and take a look at the highlights of the second innings of match number 4. There was a change at the top of the order, wasn't there? There was almost absolute crazy scenes at the start. Paddy Hatchman calling him through. Egan Dantis not really moving. But Andrew Reyes, that was an excellent delivery to remove the opener in Paddy Hatchman. Nipping in off the seam. Doesn't really get much better than that. And then that was the start of a very impressive spell for Andrew Reyes, finishing with figures of 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. That brought Louis Bruce to the crease though. And the young man, yet again, just showing his excellence with some fine shots, 360-degree hitting all around the ground. And it really was an excellent display. Just wasn't enough, though, as they will obviously eventually fall short. Egan Dantis with a rush of blood there. Couldn't really get things going yet again. Batting just seeming to be the issue for the entertainers, with just relying on 1 or 2 batsmen, really. And Matthew Whelan, got a nice gift Gundy ball to start off with. And then Louis Bruce, that was one of the shots of the day. Back foot punch, not much better. It doesn't really get much better than that. And this was another nice shot. A little bit high off the face, but still another boundary off Lorne Burns. He finishes with figures of none for 20 here in this second game. And that was a nice wicket though, wasn't it? For Mark Garrett to bowl Matthew Whelan. And then this one, that was a no ball off the bowling of Richard Cunningham. However, there was still excellent bit of fielding though, and then this was a wicket down the ground. And then Lorne Burns, he doesn't miss those, he doesn't drop those either. Excellent bit of work in the end. And then that one, this was a nice shot though, he tried it once, missed on it completely, and then was able to get this one away the second time of asking. And then this one was all the way down once more. And this was another lovely shot. It was 3 boundaries on the trot yet again. And there were some lovely shots towards the end. However, this was the downfall. 1 too many. Good catch in the end, though, by Lorne Burns. And again, he'll be happy to have taken that catch, because that really was where the game sort of shifted. Avinash Pai came in towards the back end, coming in at number 7, possibly carrying a bit of an injury. That was a dead set though. That was the second wicket for Andrew Reyes. 2 for 9. He'll be very happy with his figures, that's for sure. But that was all she wrote, really. That was kind of the last flow, as we weren't really able to get anything away. This was a bit of a crazy moment, a bit of a misfield, and then a bit of a lazy throw. And they took on the throw. It was a close call. And they ended up getting back. But it was a little bit too late though, wasn't it, for the entertainers? And then that was a peach for delivery from Lorne Burns in that final over. And that was all she wrote, as Pirates are your winners by a total of 14 runs here then in match number 4. Once again, it's been an absolute privilege to bring you the coverage here this evening. Again, it's getting a little bit chilly, but do remember we'll be back tomorrow evening for some more cricket at the later time of 7:30 local. As we'll see, Rugby CC, they will be taking on bottom of the table at the moment, Entertainers CC, but they'll be back. They'll be wanting vengeance. They'll be wanting to prove a point. It's been an absolute privilege to bring you the coverage once again, but a huge thank you to a couple of people, of course, to those at Spring Production. Without them, none of this is possible. So to Andrews, to Ramans, and to Richard, a huge thank you to those guys. Do show your appreciation for them, as without them, none of this is possible. Also to the blue crew that are here at the moment this week, we've got Meadow, we've got Stefan Gooch, we've got Shub, we've got Manav and Samir, and of course the local organising committee and everyone who's looking after us here at Cricket Gibraltar. It's been an absolute privilege, an absolute joy of a time to bring you the coverage. Do remember, we'll be back tomorrow. Until then, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. My name's Charlie Hunt on the European Cricket Network. Good night.